by email to get into the session. Okay, so I hope everybody can see my screen. And just a quick reminder, exam is scheduled here in Montreal on April 13th on Sunday. Timings will let you know as we get closer. Um, level 1 exams, level 2, level 3 exams are at different times. And so make note of whichever level you're writing. Cricket Canada Umpire Training Online Workshop conducted by Mr. Rohan Shah. It's an online workshop going to happen on March 23rd and 30th. And there are some more sessions planned in between. So Navneeth is going to share those information. Plus, on April 3rd, 1 week before the exam, we are planning to conduct an in-person workshop where we will have some exam questions for you. We'll probably have a mock exam as well, just so you guys get prepped on how the exams are going to be and how to manage your time, especially if you're writing level 2, because there's a lot to write. But we'll do all of that, and we'll keep you posted. So these are the training session modules that we planned over the past 4 weeks. We have covered laws 1 to 28 and some parts of the 2940 laws as well. I believe we completed up to 33. So we're going to quickly finish until 40. And Navneeth is going to take us from 41 to 42, hopefully by the end of today. So uh, going into a little bit more because last time I wanted to show you all like some videos which are interesting in my opinion, and but we had some technical glitch. So for law 29, the wicket is broken. So previous law before 2022, the law was wicket is down. Now they have changed it to wicket is broken. So these are updated changes by MCC into 2022. So I'm just going to quickly play because visual information is much better than reading a lot of text, right? So let me play the video and you will see what this video talks about.
Oh, good ball. Good appeal from deep cover from Tricky. Well, amazing.
But the wicket didn't, bail didn't fall. It kind of sets itself in a amazing position. So
it was dislodged onto the top of the stumps. Umpires had a little chat and decided it's not out.
and when we learnt about law 29, that a wicket constitutes of 3 stumps and 2 bails. Both bails are into the groove. That constitutes a wicket. And we have learned different situations when the wicket is broken or wicket is down. So in this case, the bails was not completely removed from the groove, so the decision would still be not out. It's a good reprieve for the batsman in this case. I have law 31 appeals. I have this video which I wanted to share when we were covering law 31 appeals. So I'll get you through this video, and we learned like in law 31 that there is a batsman out under not out under misapprehension. So just go through this video and see if this is a case of misapprehension or carelessness. By the batsman. So let's play the video. This video was the bowler delivered a fair delivery. The batsman played a shot. He nicked the ball. The wicket keeper taking a catch, but he dropped it. But what happened was the batsman thought that the keeper has already taken the catch, so he left the wicket. So ball is still under play. The fielding team can still run them out, even though they're not taking a run. Ball is still live, right? Uh, uh, so usually this would be a classic case of carelessness on the batsman, because batsman has the responsibility of staying within their ground at all times until the ball is dead. But in this case, uh, it could also be a case of misapprehension if the umpire would have intervened and called the play dead when the ball dropped from the keeper's hand. And then that could be a case of misapprehension and calling the batsman out. But things happen so fast, so there is no way that the umpire would be able to do that. So I'm that it could be both, but most of the time these kind of situations happen so quick that batsman has the responsibility to stay within their grounds. So it's a case of carelessness by the batsman. Uh, yes, Ashok has a hand up.
Yeah, sorry, just one clarification, Rahul. You said the umpire could have called the ball dead.
Usually what happens is when the wicket is down and the batsman is not watching whether the catch has been taken clearly or not, uh, the umpire can clearly see that the ball was not held in the keeper's hand. He dropped it. At that moment, like I have discussed this with a lot of senior umpires, and that's the information that I got, that umpire could have said like, oh, he didn't catch the ball. If he does this motion that the catch hasn't been taken, once dead ball, the play is called dead. Anything happens after that is irrelevant, and especially when the umpire sees the batsman not watching the ball and he has left the crease under the impression that the catch is taken. So it is a misapprehension, but still call this like carelessness 90% out of the times, because things happen so quickly that umpires are watching so many things, and then the keeper run the batter out as well in this case, so he would be stumped. So
So just to clarify, so the umpire does have the right to call the ball dead.
so umpire has the right to call the ball dead only when they see like this kind of misapprehension. So I'm just giving an example. If the
Hmm.
keeper would have dropped the ball and he wouldn't have attempted to run the striker or stump him, at that point of time, yes, the umpire could have made that discretion that batsman left the crease under the impression of the keeper catching the ball, but that catch was never taken. So that could justify misapprehension. But here, what happened is the keeper dropped the ball. The ball never rested in his hands, so the ball didn't become dead. Ball was still in play. He picked it up and he threw it back on the stumps, and the wickets were down. So 90% of the time, if I have to give 90% of the time this out, it would be carelessness by the batsman. Batters have the responsibility to stay in their grounds all the time until the ball is dead. And it's not when they assume it to be dead, it's always when umpires jurisdiction and umpires discretion when the ball is dead. So they just have to stay within. It's not difficult. So
Yes.
it yeah, it's not difficult, but sometimes batters players have different understanding. That's why our job is so important in terms of making sure that neither of the side is disadvantaged by each other's presumption or assumptions.
Thank you.
Yes, you had a question.
No, no, Rahul, I don't have a question. I just remember one situation. It was the match between England and Pakistan in 1992, the final. Then there was a no ball, and Ramiz Raja, he hit the ball towards the point, and he was got caught. And as he got caught, he started to move, and there was a leg umpire, Steve Buckner, who was watching it, and he is the one who gave the no ball, and Ramiz didn't see him, and he just started to walk, and the guy, he was Hickmore. He just threw the ball towards the wicket, but as he threw the wicket, Steve Buckner gave it a dead ball. and Ramiz got okay because, and then he told him to come back, and he just came back, and then he was like, that was the point I was just remembering. It's a misapprehension, and he just pointed out right away.
In that case, in that example that you just said, the ball was caught, right? So even if
Yes.
it was not a no ball, just bear with me. Even if it was not no ball, the catch was taken. So the ball becomes dead upon a dismissal, right? So then any other play after that shouldn't happen, and that ball was a no ball. So you know we cannot give a batter out on a out caught on a no ball. So definitely, umpires have the discretion there to recall the batter if they are leaving the field of play. So, and
Thanks, Rahul. I just want to make sure. Thanks.
moving on from this video,
Rahul,
Dishan, yeah,
sorry. When you play in the video, can you like mute the sound because it's coming through like real loud?
one more time.
When you play like the clip,
Buffers.
yeah, the sound from the clip. If you can like mute it.
I'll because there are some videos I want you guys to hear, some I don't want you guys to hear because there are some decisions based on what the commentators say. So I'll try to keep it as low as possible.
All right.
Next video I wanted to share was Law 31, again from Law 31 appeals. What is a withdrawal of an appeal? So sometimes there are a lot of things happen on the field of cricket, and this is something that I want to show. So, okay, let me play the video and we'll talk more about how a withdrawal of an appeal looks like. This is between a test match between England and India.
Putting on 162 for the third wicket. Then in the final ball of the session, incredible controversy. Owen Morgan thought he'd scored 4 here after some clumsy fielding by Pravan Kumar. The batsman began walking off the tee. Replay showed though the ball never
Fielder
actually touched the
fielded
rope.
the ball, never touched the rope. He retrieved the ball, and the ball was still live.
To the pavilion. India appealed, perhaps unsportingly, for the unlikeliest run-out you will ever see. The letter of the law said Bell had to go.
The ball went to the boundary, fielder fielded it, ball never touched the boundary. The fielder didn't knew whether it touched the boundary. When he retrieved the ball, it was within the field of play. He threw the ball. The batters assumed that it was a boundary. Umpire never signaled it boundary. So the ball was retrieved back, wickets were broken. And as per the law, it's fairly straightforward. It's out, run out, because the batter is supposed to be in the ground until the umpire signals either a boundary or call it over, which which is a sign of ball being dead. But that never happened. So Ian Bell was given run out. But what happened was, and this was, I think this ball was last ball before lunch or tea. I don't remember which break it was. So they went into the break, but during the break, the captain of India, Mahendra Singh Dhoni, he withdrew the appeal. And we know when we reviewed Law 31 what withdrawal of an appeal and what's the timing of that. So a withdrawal of an appeal must be made before the instant when the next ball comes into play. So that ball would probably be after the session starts, resumes. So before the next delivery. So that's the window. Or if the innings has been completed, or when the umpires leave the field. So this was not like the innings wasn't completed. They are just 4 wickets down, and it wasn't end of the session. It was end of a session, but not end of the match. So umpires leaving the field is irrelevant. But here, the captain of India during the break probably would have gone to the umpire saying that we don't want to withhold this appeal, we want to withdraw it. And then when this session resumed, Ian Bell came back and resumed his innings. So that's what a withdrawal of an appeal. It's up to the captains. And there is nothing wrong with not withdrawing this appeal. Some teams would say we don't want to withdraw the appeal. They are absolutely justified in that aspect. But when we talk about spirit of the game, umpires are the law preservers on the field, but responsibility of spirit of the game lies with the captain. So a captain can do this, or even if they do, they don't. It's completely justified. If they wouldn't have, this would be out, run out, and there's nothing wrong about it. So that's pretty much about this video. Let's move on to the next slide. Law 33, caught, right? Like we learned about what Law 33 encompasses. And I had two videos where I wanted to show you what is the act of making a catch. Then I have some more information. So let me actually play. Let me push the volume down so that it's not too loud. Let's play the first video.
And it's Jay Hope this time, a little wide of the fielder, and almost spilled it on the second attempt.
Well, Jackson Smith left the ball on the ground.
Delivery, so not a no ball, so batter can still be out caught.
That could be a big moment for Callum Stowe. Let's have a look. So he spills it first time, comes off the thigh, dives forwards, gets it in two hands.
Yeah,
He's
has
got
control.
He's got it. He's still got his finger. Oh my goodness me! Now that's a problem. That's a problem.
Because we know what is the process of making a catch. You have to have complete movement of the ball plus your complete the free fielder's movement in taking that catch. So here, even though he caught the ball, he was still in the process of not having complete movement, complete control of his movement. And when he had it, the ball spilled. So it would still be out, not out. The batsman won't be out caught in this case. This is a second video I wanted to show. Let's play this one. Let me.
What decision would you give?
Towed it. And taken. Daniel Bell-Drummond did his very
This video, so watch it very carefully.
and break his own leg. He doesn't look too happy about it. I think he'll cheer up a bit when he realises that the man's on his way back. 4 wickets down now.
Well, this is a huge wicket.
Batter hits the ball in the air.
The toe end of the bat, looking for the middle. They were both in hunt. No communication. The slide had
Caught the ball, so it's a fair catch. But there is another fielder who dived, and in the process, he touched the boundary, and then the catcher is still not has complete control of the ball. He's still within his movement, right? And then the fielder who touched the boundary touched touched the fielder as well. So there's a lot happening here. So what have we learned in Law 19.4? 5. A fielder is grounded beyond the boundary. So anybody who is in touch with another fielder who is grounded beyond the boundary, the ball is assumed to be touched beyond the boundary in this case. So I think the decision here the umpire would have to make would be boundary 6 because the ball hasn't grounded. The fielder took the catch, and some may even argue that the fielder took the catch, the ball should be dead. But the fielder took the catch, yes, but the ball couldn't be dead, but because the process of the catch wasn't complete, the movement of the fielder, he is still running, he's not come to a still and have the control of the ball. So here there's a lot happening, so umpires have to be mindful. The third umpire must have seen all. Yes, Navneeth.
Sorry, well, you finish, I'll make a point.
The third umpire would have seen a lot of things in this video, but yeah, 19.5 is clearly says another fielder who's grounded beyond the boundary, especially if the intention of that was not to assist fielding the ball. So It was just unfortunate. The catch was clearly taken, but the fielder who took the catch was in contact with another fielder who touched the boundaries. Go ahead, Navneeth.
Point to note here. So if, as per the law, it says if it was the intention of either fielder that the contact should assist in the fielding of the ball, then it is. But here the intention is not to assist. So as per the law, it's out, caught, because the fielder is not assisting the other fielder to take the catch. But the playing condition says differently. So the playing condition doesn't have the last line. The intention of the fielder doesn't matter when it comes to the playing condition, T20 playing condition or ODI playing condition. And that is why this will be given out in that match. I'm sure they would have given out. I don't know what is the decision, but in the international playing, as per international playing condition, this is out. But as per the laws, this is not out. It's out caught. Sorry, as per the laws, it is out caught. As per the playing conditions, it's a 6.
As per the playing conditions, this is a vitality blast in probably Australia. So playing conditions supersedes the laws there. So this was judged as boundary 6. But yeah, as per the MCC laws, this would be out caught because the fielder. But we are seeing this video, so I wanted to show. But yeah, thank you, Navneeth, for that explanation, because that makes more sense. There are a lot of instances like this where laws and based on playing conditions, the decision could be different. But as umpires, you just have to follow the governing body guidelines of whichever playing conditions we are using for that specific tournament, and then make sense, judge the game based on that. So thank you, Navneeth. That was very informative. Another video I wanted to share. There's a lot of chatter in this. I don't like, but I will still play this video. And then there was this controversy in the Ashes with Mitchell Starc, and umpire Mariah Erasmus was the third umpire. He judged, and we will hear him as well explaining his side, why he gave. A lot of times players think that they know, but umpires know more because they have gone through the laws, right? So their interpretation could be different. So let me play this video.
I want your opinion on that catch now, Ricky. You've had ages to digest it as you've meandered across the outfield. What do you reckon?
And the last 10 minutes
Right,
of commentary,
for
lots of
everyone.
people talking about it. I'm worried about
with this video, but actually what this video was, that Mitchell Starc caught the ball, and during the process of having complete control, his ball was in his hand, but the ball touched the ground. So during the process act of making a catch, when the ball has touched the ground, that means the ball has been grounded. And Ricky Ponting and other commentators were debating that the catch was taken, he had complete control of the catch, but that's not what the law says. And as umpires, we are preserving the laws in terms of what their interpretation is. And that's what Mariah Erasmus, the third umpire, made that judgment. So we'll see what he says.
Exactly what you saw in the third umpire's chair, and just interpret the law for us as you, with your thinking process around the catch.
Yeah, the law is specific in it, says that the fielder has to have control of his body and movement. In that particular case, he was still moving and he put the ball on the ground. Now, if you take that example and say he was sliding towards the boundary, if he slid into the boundary, we would have deemed it either 4 or 6, depending on if the ball touched the ground before. So there's no difference, interpretation for the catch.
So the key thing is that he only then has control of his body when the movement has stopped, and by that stage the ball has clearly touched the ground.
Yes. It was actually quite simple because he actually put the ball on the ground quite early, and then eventually when he came to stop, it was too late.
to show.
As Marai, I really love in this video where he says it was quite simple, because a lot of times simple things get complicated when people don't have the information or knowledge around it. And most of the players like Ricky Ponting and all these folks have played cricket for so many years, but they still don't understand, or probably not aware. That's why umpires do what umpires do. So we move on to the next slide. We're done with all the videos that I wanted to share last week. So we will go and move on to Law 34, which we have to finish until Law 40, right? So before Navneeth takes over. So Law 34 is hit the ball twice. What hit the ball twice law entails.
Hit the ball twice. Hit the ball twice and you're out. Unless, of course, you're defending your wicket or it was accidental, in which case you're still in. The striker is out hit the ball twice if, while the ball is in play, it strikes any part of his person or is struck by his bat, and before the ball has been touched by a fielder, he willfully strikes it again with his bat or person. The key word here is willfully. But if this had happened instead, the batsman would remain in. In other words, inadvertent double strikes don't count. The batsman is allowed to hit the ball a second time in order to guard his wicket. He can use his bat or almost any part of his body. He cannot, however, use a hand that's not holding the bat. The only time you can't use your bat to hit the ball twice to defend your wicket is when it would prevent a catch. The batsman can also hit the ball a second time in order to return it to a fielder, as long as a fielder has given him permission to do so. If you'd like to swat up on this a bit more, simply turn to Law 34 in the Blue Book, where you'll find all the nitty-gritty detail you need.
Straightforward, but we will go into the laws just to observe some important points. It says, so hit the ball twice. So what does the law actually say in terms of wordings? So the striker it out hit the ball twice if, while the ball is in play, any part of his or her person struck by his bat before the ball has been touched by the fielder, the striker willfully. So the key word here is willfully strikes it again with his bat or person. Most of the time, these willful strikes are very innocent, but still there are certain laws that you cannot be obstructing a field or like a catch that is happening. So this striker, if this second strike is willful, and if it is made other than a hand not holding the bat, especially for the purpose of guarding his or her wicket, the striker shall be out hit the ball twice. And this law will apply even whether a ball is a no ball or not. So in this, for this purpose of this law, struck or strike shall include the contact with the person. So even even if it is not touched the bat, if it hits the person, it's still called deemed as a strike or a struck. There are certain scenarios where the batter is not out, hit the ball twice. So as the video said about inadvertent or accidental double strikes, right? So the striker will be not out under this law if the second strike is in order to return the ball to the fielder. But in this, there is another law which talks about Law 37.4, returning the ball to the fielder, which can only happen with the consent of the fielder. So if the fielder doesn't ask you for the ball, batters are not supposed to touch the ball, even if the ball is lying there doing nothing, because you never know when the ball is dead or not. So maybe the non-striker is running. The keeper could come and pick the ball and run him out. So that would be obstructing field. So, So only second strike, accidental or inadvertent, can happen, or he willfully strikes the ball after it has touched the fielder. So in that case, once the fielder touches, throws the ball, so if that there is another second subsequent touch, he would not be out, hit the ball twice. But in that case, obstructing of the field can still apply if he's out of the crease, interfering with the field of with the play, right? So there are conditions where he will be out, and conditions where he will be not out. Ball struck, lawfully struck more than once. So usually this can happen. The striker may, solely in order to guard his wicket, and before the ball has been touched by the fielder, lawfully strikes the ball a second or subsequent time with the bat, with any part of his person or the bat, but just one exception, not with the hand not holding the bat. A striker, and this they can guard their wicket even if this delivery is a no ball. The striker may not prevent the ball from being caught by striking the ball more than once in order to defend. So if the batter played the ball is trickling down to the stumps, and they are allowed to hit the ball again, provided that they are not preventing a catch, right? So if they play a ball went into the air, it might drop onto the stumps, where they would be out bowled, but a keeper is trying to catch that ball, and if they hit the ball, they're trying to prevent the catch, that would be obstructing the field. Or we will talk about obstruction later. But if there is no fielder around, ball trickling back, they can use their bat to hit the ball, they can use their feet to hit the ball, but not with the hand not holding the bat. So they cannot hold the bat in the left hand and try to hit the ball, because earlier this was considered as handling the ball, but MCC have made that changes and put most of the handling of the ball into the obstruction law. So we will talk about that later. So when is the batsman lawfully can strike the ball more than once? When they are trying to protect their wickets or guard their wickets in this case. Runs permitted from ball being lawfully struck more than once. So what does the law say? When the ball is lawfully struck more than once, so here lawfully means that the striker is trying to protect or guard his wicket, right? So you can do that. So if that's the case, if the ball does not become dead for any reason, the umpire shall call and signal dead ball as soon as the first run completion or the ball reaches the boundary. However, he shall delay the call of dead ball to allow the opportunity for the catch to be completed. So if you remember, a law 23, leg buys not to be awarded. This is fairly similar in the instance that what happens after the second strike happens. If the batters are running after the second strike, so if the batter plays the ball, a ball is going back to the wicket, there is no fielder around, they hit the ball again with the bat, the ball can go in the outfield and they might run. So if they run, the umpire should not call dead ball right away. He should let them run, because he should give the fielding team an opportunity to run the batters out, because they're trying to take an advantage run when the run is not supposed to happen, because it's a second strike. It's lawful, but it's still a second strike, right? So in that case, when the batters complete that one run, the umpires will call dead ball. They will disallow all the runs to the batting side, the run that they taken. If the ball goes to the boundary will not be given to the batting side. Return any not out batters. So if nobody got run out, the batters will go back to their original ends. If the ball is a no ball, they will signal the scorers and any other 5 penalty runs, except for the protective helmet. So these are the kind of guidelines that the law tells umpires to do. One more thing I wanted to add here is, if the batter plays the ball is lobbed in the air, it has never made any contact with the ground, it is going back onto the stump, and if they hit the ball and the ball goes in the air and some fielder catches it, the batter would still be out caught, because the ball hasn't grounded. So lawfully they can be strike the ball one more time, but if a catch is taken and the ball has never touched the ground, he would still be out caught. Just remember that. in this case, if this kind of dismissal happens, bowler does not get credit. Okay, so that's a pretty short law. Let's move on to law 35, hit wicket.
Rahul,
Yeah.
I see 2 hands raised. Do you want to answer them now or later?
Yes, always. Let's take the questions now.
I just want to make sure that means when a batter hit it twice, it means all those runs if he take after, they are not counted. But he can be out.
Be out, and he can be out under different modes of dismissals. He can be out. So all kind of modes of dismissals are valid. And if it is a no ball, there are the number of dismissals becomes smaller, but because he cannot be out caught on a no ball, right? But if the ball is a fair delivery, batter is allowed to make a second strike, but in the process, if the ball is not grounded, he cannot be out caught, or if he hits the ball onto the wicket, he would be out bowled in that case. So there are modes of dismissals, but yeah, the law prevents the fielding because this is not a fielding team violation where they should be penalized for the second lawful strike, and batters are not allowed to take runs in that case, and so all runs will be disallowed in that situation.
Thank you, Rahul. Thanks.
Just a clarification. What we are saying is the second hit is willful hit, but lawfully struck. So it is not.
Yes.
Sometimes when the batter plays, there will be a double touch accidentally. That runs are allowed in that time.
When we saw the video, right, like when the batsman taps the ball and the ball bounces on the ground and hits the bat again, in that case, if there is no fielder, the batters can still run. That run is allowed. Accidental, inadvertent strike, double strikes are not because they are accidental. They're not willful, right? When the word willful comes, the intention of the batsman comes into play as well, and they are lawfully allowed to do that second strike, but only for the purpose of guarding their wicket, not for anything else. So any runs up from that strike will not be allowed. Okay, so let's move. I have a video for. So before
Hassan also raised his hand. You have a question? Okay, you can continue.
This is a video, very nice video about hit wicket, right? So let's play this. I want to mute this video first of all. You to be biased by the commentator saying things. So delivers a fair ball. Batter tries to play this scoop shot or the upper cut or whatever it is called. I don't even remember the terms, but during the process, the batter dislodges a bail. So we'll see what happens. Let's actually forward it to the relevant what happens exactly. So this happens. Fair delivery, right? Play that shot. What does he do? From his bat. So in this instance, so before we go into the laws, I just want to learn what is your understanding? What would you do? Somebody can unmute, or maybe everybody can unmute and give me their side of how they interpret or this video. Whether you would give this batter out, not out, or out, hit wicket. So anybody?
Well, I'll say it was out hit wicket because he was completing the swing of the bat, the stroke, like it was still in motion. It's not that he has stopped and then started. It was like a continuous action. So I would say hit wicket.
Thank you, Rana, for that answer. Somebody else? Anybody else who sees the video differently or just similar to what Rana just mentioned? His thoughts?
No, I would give him out also.
I have two answers. Anybody else, or then I can go into the
Yes,
laws and
I think it's out because since, as Mr. Rana also said, that his motion is not finished yet. He swings the bat and then uh, he didn't complete it, so it's out.
just so the
I
cons
think it's not out. Can we watch the
okay.
video again?
Yes.
That's because he played the shot. He took a rest for a sec and then he tried to return back. So I would consider it not out.
Rajesh,
In my opinion,
appreciate
it's like a
your answer.
carelessness. In my opinion, it's like a carelessness, but he should give it out.
It one more time. Okay, so this is the action that is happening. So a lot of people, Rajesh has said not out. A lot of people agree that it would be out, hit wicket. Let's now dive into the laws, what the law says, right? Because the law is the ultimate. So we'll see what the law interprets this situation. Let me go to the next slide. Okay, so let's see what law 31.5 35.1 out hit wicket says. A striker is out hit wicket if after the bowler has entered the delivery stride and the ball is in play. Uh, her wicket is broken by either striker's bat or person uh, in the following circumstances. In the course of any action taken by him in preparing to receive or in receiving a delivery, in setting off for a first run immediately after playing the ball, if no attempt is made to play the ball in setting off for the first run, provided that in the opinion of the umpire that this setting off for the first run is immediately, right? The batter cannot stand there and then think about, and in that process, if he breaks his wicket, he would not be doing that immediately. So umpire have to make that distinction. Uh, uh, in lawfully making a second or further stroke for the purpose of guarding his wicket, we discussed that in the previous law. If the striker breaks his wicket in any of the ways that we just talked about, before the bowler has entered the delivery strike, the umpire shall call and signal dead ball. Okay, so one thing I want to make it very, very clear in this law. So there is a window period where you can be out hit wicket. When does the window period start? When does the window period end, right? So the window period starts when the bowler has entered the delivery strike. So if it is a right arm bowler, his first right leg, when he in his delivery stride, when it touches the ground, the window period starts there. For a left arm bowler, it would be the left leg, right? Because that first grounds while he is running and trying to enter the delivery stride. So the delivery stride, once that starts, the window period for hit wicket is on. When does the window period end? In the course of any action taken by him or her in preparing to receive or receiving a delivery, right? So it's like the motion of his shot, right? The motion of the batsman in receiving or receiving a delivery. So once he has completed that motion, that is the end of the window period. After that, he can only be out hit wicket if he is setting off a first run. And during this first run, if he breaks the wicket, then this has to be immediately. That's why I kind of highlighted this word. And if he lets the ball go and the ball goes for a byes, right? The keeper misses it. And in setting off for the first run, if this is immediately, he is still out because the opportunity to play the ball window has passed, but he's setting up for the first run. So if that is immediate, he would still be out hit wicket. So the window period starts from bowler entering the delivery stride till the batter completes his stroke in preparing to receive or receiving a delivery. So that is a take-home message that we should know. So there are certain ways batter is not out hit wicket as well. So I want to emphasize that as well. The striker is not out under this law should his wicket be broken after it if it occurs after the striker has completed any action or in receiving the delivery. So while preparing to receive a delivery, he can be out hit wicket, but after he has received the delivery, he has played his shot, he has completed his action of the shot, then the striker will not be out, because anything after that happens is irrelevant. Only in the event of setting up for the first run, or if no attempt has made, setting up the first run that we discussed in the previous one. It occurs when the striker is in the act of running, other than setting off immediately for the first run. Makes sense? It occurs when the striker is trying to avoid being run out. So if the striker is trying to avoid being run out or stumped, then the striker will not be out, hit wicket. If it occurs when the striker is trying to avoid a throw in any time. So when the ball is thrown and they're trying to take evasive action, avoid an injury, and in that process, if they break the wickets by their person or the bat, they will be not out, because it's not immediate. They're taking evasive action. And next is the bowler, after entering the delivery stride, does not deliver the ball. So bowler enters the delivery stride, the window opens, but if the ball doesn't get delivered, and the batter breaks his wicket with his bat or whatever, the umpire shall call and immediately signal dead ball, because the ball was not delivered. So ball is dead. So umpire signals dead ball there, and then the delivery is a no ball. So we know no ball, the hit wicket batter cannot be out hit wicket on a no ball. So runs scored, no runs shall be scored if the striker is dismissed. We know. So what I want to go back to is, can I go back? Okay, I can go back to this video. So what I want to bring that message home. So when the window period starts, so when does the window period start? So window period starts right here when this this foot is landed, right? No, actually this foot is landed. Back foot, right? The delivery stride foot. This back foot landed, and then the window period has already started for a hit wicket, and then batsman has a chance to play. So he plays the scoop shot. This is the position where I would say that he has completed his shot. So anything that happens after that, so is irrelevant. So I think what the judgment in this case was, so the umpires gave him out, but actually, if I see this video, I have spoken to many other umpires as well, senior umpires, and they also believe that this batter has completed his action of the shot that he was trying to play. So he was trying to play the scoop shot, then he couldn't touch it, so he completed his shot. And I think this is where I would say the shot has been completed. Now his bat is in, like, his hand is in the movement, and then if it does break the wickets, it would be out, not out hit wicket. But this batsman was actually unfortunate. He was given out hit wicket. So but yeah, as per me, or Navneeth can probably add more light as well.
Even I'm surprised that batter was given out, because if you play the video just after that, just a second after that, he's playing. So like when you continuously see, he's playing a mock shot, like he's repeating his shot and checking how he played. So that is not part of his stroke. So I thought at that moment the game, so in case if he has played it and the bat continuously went and hit the stumps, then I would have given it out. And he is taking a shot, if he played the right shot, like mock shot, shadow practice kind of thing he is doing in between. So that's why I believed it was not out. I am surprised to hear that it was given out.
And even when I saw the whole video, and I didn't wanted to play the audio because there is a lot of information that the commentators give you, can kind of blinding your understanding. But well done, Rajesh, because you were the one, and there is nothing wrong in if you think that it was out, because the actual umpire who made that decision also made it out. But there are certain things that we need to keep replay these events as the events happen, right? So when the batsman completed the shot in the process of shadow practicing or playing a mock shot, they they dislodge a bail or by the bat or the person, they cannot be out because the window period is already closed. So it starts from the delivery stride until the batter has completed their shot, right? And if they haven't played a shot, if they are setting for the first run or something, so or that it's a hard job. You have to be on top of things when watching these events happening. So okay, so we go back to the next.
Can I ask a question, please?
Who is this? Like I'm.
It's Maruf Said.
Go ahead, Maruf.
I just want to ask a question. Let's say you're saying that according to law, it is not out. But let's say umpire also thinks that it's not out. But if the batter start walking out, can he call back? No, you're not out. Come back to the crease.
Umpires can have the discretion to call the batter out if they think that they are out, but because it's not a decision that the batsman has to make for themselves. Umpires are there to give the batter out or not out. They can go under the apprehension of that they are out, but if it is as per the laws, it's not out. Umpires make a decision. Third umpires communicate that decision. They can always recall the batter back.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you.
Question, Hussein. Anybody who has their hands up, unmute the mics and ask the question.
Hi, this is Rana here. I had a question regarding can you be out hit wicket on a no ball?
We learned this, right?
Did we? Sorry, I must have missed it.
So,
no.
Do bowler get credit for hit wicket?
Question. Meant for somebody.
So bowler cannot get bowler get the wicket for hit wicket, and they cannot be. You can see the last point in 35.2. If it's a no ball, it's not out hit wicket. And sorry, I want Hassan is raising his hand repeatedly, but we don't hear any audio. Like if there is any issue with your audio, you can type your question, and we will try to answer it. Meanwhile, I have one. Rana, you have anything else to add or have a question?
On a no ball, there are only 4 kinds of dismissals, 3 kinds of dismissals. So you need to remember that if you're writing level 1, and on wide there are 4. But yeah, as the delivery is no ball, the batter cannot be out hit wicket on a no ball, and then the bowler will get credit.
I have one more question. It's an important point to note. So while playing the delivery, the bowler bowls a bouncer, it hits in the helmet and helmet falls on the wicket. Is that out hit wicket?
Yes, I think it's an out. It's an out.
Yes, it would be out.
Yes, saying it's Hassan is asking where we credit the wicket. It goes to the bowler. The wicket hit wicket goes to the bowler, and so yeah, it depends for the answer. So when you see the loss, wicket is fairly broken. It says wicket is broken, but not when the helmet is hitting the protective helmet of the striker hitting the stumps. But when you go to the playing conditions of ODI or T20 playing conditions, including the helmet, wicket is broken, and that is why it's out when in a T20 match or a ODI match. Just in case for a level 2 or level 3 candidates, like if it is asked in the laws as per MCC laws, it's not out, but in our matches, it's out.
Navneeth, and to add there is, so gentlemen, as I said while we were reviewing the caught wicket, right? Caught the catch videos, that there are certain instances where MCC laws say one thing, but playing conditions have another set of guidelines. So as the example Navneeth said is, if the ball hits the helmet falls onto the wickets. As per laws, it's not out. But as per ICC playing conditions, anything that is in part of the batter's person, helmet, the grill, the back strap of the helmet, right? Even during the process of playing a ball, if that gets dislodged and falls onto the wicket, in one day or T20, it would almost be always out. So so you need to understand, remember, especially level 2 aspirants, as Navneeth mentioned, this is a question that comes pretty often. So understanding of that would be very, very beneficial going forward. Let's move on to Law 37, obstructing the field. So obstructing the field and hit the ball twice, there are some relevances in both, but they are separate laws. We'll talk about what the distinction is. Okay, so let's go to the next. Let's see a video, what obstruction means.
Obstructing the field. A batsman is out obstructing the field if he or she willfully attempts to obstruct or distract the fielding side by word or action. Like this, for example. Thank you, Tommy. In particular, it is considered to be obstruction if, while the ball is in play and after the striker has played the ball, either batsman willfully strikes the ball with a hand not holding the bat or any other part of his or her person, or with the bat. The exception to this is when the batsman is attempting to defend his or her wicket. The batsman may do this with the bat or any part of his or her person, except with a hand not holding the bat. If the batsman uses such a hand, he or she will be out obstructing the field. The handled the ball law no longer exists, with such incidents now covered by obstructing the field instead. The obstruction has to be willful. Accidental obstruction, or obstruction caused by trying to avoid injury, does not count, and the decision on that is down to the umpire. It's worth noting that if a catch is obstructed, it is the striker who is out, even if it was the non-striker who caused the obstruction. Mind you, it's not always an easy decision. Here, the batsman deliberately crosses out of the legal running area in order to attempt to obstruct a throw. There is no other reason why the batsman should be running across the pitch. What looked an accident was, in fact, an illegal incident. To avoid any possible confusion,
the obstruction and hit the ball twice are pretty similar in terms of why they are categorized, but there is a distinction between the two. So we will talk about that as well. So what the law actually says, excuse me. So Law 37(1), out obstructing the field. So either batter is out obstructing the field, and especially when the ball is in play, he or she willfully attempts, again the keyword here is willful, willfully attempts to obstruct or distract the fielding side by word or action. So the law also says he hit the ball twice, which is pretty similar. The striker is out obstructing the field if, in the act of receiving a ball delivered by the bowler, he willfully strikes the ball with a hand not holding the bat. So we know this. This will apply whether it's a first strike or a second strike. So second strike could also be preventing a catch, right? So that could also be the case. The act of receiving the ball shall extend both to playing at the ball and to striking the ball more than once in defense of his or her wicket. The law will apply whether or not a no ball is called. So on a no ball, you can be out obstructing the field. So that is one of the dismissals that I mentioned. There are three of them. So hit the ball twice, obstructing and run out. 3 dismissals on a no ball. There are certain scenarios where a batter can be not out obstructing the field as well, provided that the obstruction is accidental, or the obstruction is to avoid an injury. As we saw in the video, that the batter hit the ball was coming to the non-striker, and he tried to take an evasive action. Even if there was a catch possibility for the fielder, umpires would know that the batter is trying to avoid an injury, so it's not it's accidental, and it would be not out obstructing. Or in any case, batter makes a second strike to guard her wicket that we already covered. Obstructing a ball from being caught. Okay, so batter, as we have learned from both these laws, that batters are allowed to make that second strike to protect their wickets. But if the delivery is not a no ball, striker is out obstructing the field if willful obstruction or distraction by either batter prevents the striker being caught. So in this event, even if the obstruction is caused by the striker in lawfully guarding his or her wicket under the provisions of ball, okay. And so if the delivery is a fair delivery, the striker is out caught obstructing the field, even if the non-striker causes an obstruction, right? So and especially this ball, we'll talk about that as well. And if the obstruction takes place from a no ball, so fair delivery, whoever made the obstruction, the striker or the non-striker, it's always the striker being out. But if the delivery is a no ball, then the batter who caused the obstruction or distraction will be out obstructing the field. So the law owners made this distinction that in terms of a no ball, whoever makes the obstruction or distraction will be out. But if it is not a no ball, even if the non-striker makes the obstruction, the striker would be out obstructing the field. And I believe that would be a difficult conversation to go back into the dressing room to have, right? So but I don't want to get into that. So law 37.4, returning the ball to a fielder. So this is a very, very common. We'll see like the really good video. So either batter is out obstructing the field if at any time while the ball is in play, without the consent of the fielder, he or she uses the bat or any part of his or her person to return the ball. You would see this happening many, many times on the field of play. The batters are just trying to give the ball back to the fielder without even the fielder asking them. And sometimes the ball is in play. Most of the time it is still in play. But as I mentioned, batter's job is just to stay within the field, within the crease until the ball is dead, and not touch the ball after he has played the ball, because there are ways that he can be out obstructing the field as well, even if your intention is innocent. But the law gives us because they could be still ball is in play, there could still be things can happen until the umpires deemed it as dead. So the umpires will make that determination. But if before he makes that determination, a batter returns the ball to the fielder, no matter how innocent that might look, he can still be out obstructing the field, because some teams will appeal. And there is a provision to withdraw the appeal here as well. Spirit of the cricket, right? We learned in the first lecture. But even if they don't, that's also okay, because there's nothing right or wrong in that as long as the fielding team is concerned. What would happen if an obstruction is happening, and then how the runs would be scored in that case, right? So when either batter is dismissed out obstructing the field, so we are talking about a fair delivery or a no ball or a legal delivery, right? Unless the obstruction or distraction prevents the striker being caught. So if the obstruction or distraction prevents the striker being caught, right? Any runs completed the batters before the offense shall be scored. So if the obstruction is not preventing a striker being caught, the runs before the offense, if the batters have crossed, that would count. Completed runs, not the crossed ones, runs completed by the batters, along with the penalty of no ball or wide, right? And any other 5 penalty runs to that side. But if the obstruction or distraction prevents the striker being out caught, so if the batsman hits the ball and the bowler is coming under to catch it, and the non-striker screams or something, and the bowler drops. So no matter whether the bowler actually dropped because of the distraction, but if that happens, any runs that the batters completed before the catch could be taken shall not be scored, but 5 penalty runs. So we will talk when Navneeth will talk about that kind of in unfair play, what kind of 5 penalty runs will be applicable in the example that I just gave. So always remember, if the obstruction prevents the striker being caught, all runs are no runs will be scored. But if obstruction prevents unless the obstruction prevents the from being caught, runs completed by the batter before the offense. So before the obstruction happens, if they have completed the run, that would be scored. But crossed runs don't count here. The bowler, as usual, does not get credit for this wicket because it is a not a bowler's wicket; it is a batter's mistake. Let's see this video. Let me put the volume down. Let's see if this is so. Before I play this video, I want to tell you whether I want to understand after the video is done whether this would be obstructing the field or hit the ball twice, based on whatever we learned until now, right? So.
Oh, that's a ball there. It's directed at the batsman again. And once more, we just see Thakur charging halfway down the pitch without even.
Want you to listen to the commentator. So he played the ball. Ball is in play. Hits the ball again. Going back to the wickets or not? It's what? So anybody you can tell me whether this is out. Batsman is definitely out. But whether he is out obstructing or hit the ball twice.
Obstructing.
Okay, so right. So as we know, there are some similarity between both obstructing and hit the ball twice. But I think what I could find in one of the very older books that I have on umpires, obstructing the field occurs when the batsman deliberately interferes with the fielder's attempt to field the ball. As you can see in this video, right? After he did the obstruction, right? Let me play this one more time. Is lying there, ball is still in play. The keeper is trying to get this ball. This non-striker is out of the ground. The keeper can still collect the ball and hit the wickets and run them out. But before the keeper could actually do that, the batter hit the ball again. So this is like obstructing the fielder's attempt to field the ball and enforce a wicket. So that would be obstructing. But if this was the same situation, the keeper was not interested, he was behind, the non-striker was probably doing nothing, and the ball was just lying there, and he hit the ball again, that would be striking the ball second time, but not lawfully because the ball wasn't going back to the wickets. He was not guarding his wicket, so he was intentionally striking. So in both these laws, the biggest takeaway message is the word willful. But willful, deliberate, intentional is all goes against the batter. So accidental, we know in which cases where they can be not out. But in this case, it is obstructing the fielder's attempt to field the ball. So that is obstructing field. But hit the ball twice happens when batsman intentionally strikes the ball a second time, except for the sole purpose of guarding his/her wicket. So, yes, Navneeth.
So my interpretation is, so here it clearly comes under 37.4, returning the ball to the fielder without their consent. So it is obstructing the field. But if the batter is not returning the ball and hitting it somewhere else, it should be hit the ball twice, because there is no intervention of fielder. So that then it is satisfying all the criteria of hit the ball twice. So then I would give out, anyway it is out, but I would put it under hit the ball twice if the batter is not returning it back to the fielder or a bowler. And since in this case it is returning it to the bowling team, it is out, obstructing the fielder.
Another thing, as Navneeth just mentioned, be careful of like how to interpret, because these laws are very similar, but yeah, there are some distinctions as well. Okay, so somebody had a question.
Yes.
Ashok, please
Yeah,
unmute
very
yourself.
quickly.
Yes.
The batsman is out. I agree with that. But is it only if the opposition team has appealed, right?
Definitely.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, as we have learned, Ashok, umpire is never giving anybody out if there is no appeal, right? If nobody appeals, not our job to make that distinction.
Even if it's bold.
Even if it is out bold or something. Like yeah, there are ways to but yeah. Okay, so
Thank you.
So this is another video that I wanted to play. This was an obstruction happened in Under 19 World Cup. So let's see what this video talks about.
Well, the umpires out in the middle have just got together. I'm not 100% sure what they're discussing. It may have something to do with the batsman interfering with the ball. So, yeah, obstructing the field.
Well, it was going back onto the wickets, but it stopped. And then he picked the ball up with his hand, not holding the bat, and then gave it back to the fielder. The fielder just showed his hand in terms of like a soft appeal. The umpires came together, and we'll see what decision was made. It's out. Okay, so what the umpires made, what did the umpires think here in this case is, as we just learned, returning the field ball without consent of the fielder. So even though it seems very innocent, right? Like we are not there to judge that. We are there to just enforce the laws. And as per the laws, if the fielder hasn't requested you the ball is in play until the umpire deems it dead. So batter is not allowed to touch the ball or hit it twice or do anything, because that all comes under obstruction. If this was before 2022 in the 90s, this would be out handling the ball because he used his hand, right? But now all of that is covered under obstruction. So there are certain ways, but this is a new kid under 19, so probably he learned it the hard way. But I think going forward, it would actually help him understand the rules, what not to do. I see this happen even in cricket Quebec games, very innocent things, and when you give them out, they would get upset. But it's just our job to enforce the laws, not to make those moral decisions for them. So spirit, as I always say, our job is only to enforce laws. Spirit of the game is for the captains. So okay, so this is the video. Okay, we're done with this. Okay, more videos about what an obstruction is. We'll see this one. Let's see. Let me put the hands raised, or I keep hearing these.
Yeah. Hassan, you have your audio. We don't hear anything. You're on mute. Can unmute and ask your question, or if you have issue with your audio, type the question.
Go ahead and play this video.
You might have heard the call of two from... Oh, there's trouble. There's big trouble. Wrong end. Is he going to be okay now? That's quite interesting. Just
One is running in the line of the wickets when the keeper is trying to run the batter out. So there is no reason for the batsman to change direction. He only did it because the throw was going to come and he could actually get. He probably thinks that nobody's watching, but yeah, these are the things that you cannot do on a cricket field. So second video I have here is a test match which I actually was a part. I actually was in the ground when this actually happened. So it's in India. So let's see what this video talks about. Pulls the ball glove, and the keeper could still have caught this ball before it went hit the ground, but Michael Vaughan actually touched the ball with his hand. So this was given handled the ball. Now it would come under obstructing the field. So even I had no idea why he was out when I was in the stands watching this game. But the next one is Mitchell Stark bowling to. This is a pretty recent one on the right.
Oh, now then. Apology from Mitchell Stark. Or is it an appeal? Gets in the way. Not quite sure what this is all about.
Sina is always in these kind of decision
this
making.
is a little bit more than that, I don't know. He's trying to get back.
Instruct you to give Ben Stokes out obstructing. Out obstructing the field.
First, as we know, if the batsman is trying to avoid an injury, he can do that. But here, you see Ben Stokes has his hand in front, right? If the injury was to his body or person, he would probably protect his face or something. But his hand was in the motion of where the ball was headed. Even if the ball wouldn't have hit the stump, that is not our distinction to make as umpires. If the batsman is making that obstruction willfully, and he could have been out there, run out as well, because there was a bowler's intervention, right? So he could be out, run out there. So that's why Ben Stokes was determined out obstructing the field. Okay, I have a question for you. So there is a lot of information. I know everybody has learned a lot about what obstructing the field, where runs can be allowed. I have a question for you guys. It's a difficult one, but I have shared this in our Montreal Umpires group, and a lot of people answered. This was a long time back, but I want to play it for the MCA folks as well and all the new attendees. So, okay, question is: one ball left in the game, and 2 runs needed for Team B to win. Right? One ball left and 2 runs needed to win, and this is like and a fair delivery is bowled, so not a no ball. Batter hits the top edge that goes up straight in the air. The batters managed to complete 1 run, so they completed 1 run. But during the second run, the non-striker intentionally, so the word is intentionally, collides with the bowler, preventing him from catching the ball that went up in the air, right? The fielding team appeals, but as a result, in this process, the batters complete the second run. Now they have completed 2 runs. So which team wins? What is the final result of the match? What would you do as umpires there? So any volunteers? It's okay even if we give the wrong answer. We are here to learn, right? So I want people to attempt.
I would say it's a draw.
So so 2 runs counted. Okay. Anybody else?
I think the team is obstructing the field.
Okay, so I would ask like 2 more a few things. So fair delivery, runs should be allowed or not, whether the batsman is out obstructing or not, and what is the final result of the match, and which striker is out, striker or the non-striker. There is a lot in this question. It's a difficult question, but based on what we learned just today?
Hi, this is Rana. I would say the team A wins, no runs allowed.
Yeah, bowling team wins, no runs allowed. That's what I'm thinking, Niti.
Answer this. Guys, can you unmute yourself if they are not answering the question? Let Navneeth. Navneeth, you want to answer? Because I remember you got this correct.
No, you can carry on. I have a follow-up question after that. I mean,
Okay.
to modify the situation. Yeah.
Gentlemen, the ball is in the air, right? It's a fair delivery. So fair delivery, we know runs are allowed if they are completed, not when they are crossed. So the first run will be counted in this case. The obstruction happened, and then the first run was completed before the obstruction happened, right? Now the second part, who will be out? So it's a fair delivery. So even the obstruction was called by the non-striker. In that case, the striker will be out because the obstruction was done by the non-striker. So, and he was preventing him from catching the ball. This is very important. So, if the obstruction is in preventing from a catch, no matter who caused the obstruction, it's always the striker being out when we learned this law. So, the first run will be completed. The game is tied. The batsman striker is out, even if the non-striker makes the obstruction, and the final result of the match would be tied because
No, Rahul, sorry to interfere.
Yeah.
So see, you have to notice that the obstruction is preventing the catch. So when the obstruction is preventing the catch,
Okay.
the
My mistake. So my mistake actually. Yeah. Thank you, Navneeth, for pointing. Obstruction is preventing from catching the ball, right? So no runs will be allowed. If it was not preventing a catch, that first run would have been completed.
It's a different kind of obstruction than what you say is right.
Yes.
The obstruction is preventing a catch, no runs will be allowed, completed or not, doesn't matter.
Right. Yeah, that's what I think I probably has a brain fade. But yes, preventing him from catching the ball, no runs will be allowed. So the first run will not be allowed. The striker will be out because non-striker caused the obstruction, and no runs will be allowed here because the obstruction prevented him from catching the ball. So the fielding team A still wins, right? Because the team B lost by 1 run. So that would be the final result of the match.
And some people were mentioning it as draw. So if the innings is completed, so it should be called as tie, not draw. So just I want to differentiate. Draw is different from tie. If the scores are level and all the innings are completed, then it is called as tie, not draw.
Yeah. Yep.
So I wanted to ask, what if 2 runs completed, then the obstruction happens?
Preventing a catch?
Preventing a catch.
Okay. Go ahead, guys. Darshpreet, yes.
Still out. Same rule applies.
Exactly. So even if the match will not complete, so generally if you complete the run, the match concludes and nothing after that matters. But if you are obstructing the field, preventing a catch, then that run will not be counted. You are out, obstructing the field.
Remember, guys, don't do exactly what I did. Preventing a catch and obstruction happens, no runs allowed. Okay. So, and if there is another kind of obstruction, only completed runs will count, especially the completed runs before the obstruction happens. If they haven't completed a run when the obstruction happens, that run will not be counted. Only completed runs, not the crossed runs.
I have a
yes.
I have a twist with this question. What if it was a no ball and the batsman was out obstructing the field while going for the second run? What would be the situation of the match then? No ball.
Game is tied.
No ball would probably, like, irrespective of the obstruction, like the no ball would probably tie the game, right? Like that 1 run penalty of the no ball. So that would be that.
And that 1 run will be counted. So team B will
Yes.
win the match.
Yeah. Okay. So in a no ball, and non-striker will be out in this case.
No, the match will be completed after the first run. So even there will not.
Yeah. Right. So okay. So that's a very good question.
Yeah.
So in that case, the first one is completed, but it's a no ball, right? So the no ball, 1 run plus the completed run would make the team B win. So any obstruction happening after that, so the game is already done.
It's a really good question.
Yeah. That's a very good question. We appreciate it. Certain times where you have to make these determinations on a field of play. That's where your partner also comes into for help. So always discuss, do these consultations for who is out, how many runs are counted, whether the obstruction was willful or not, all these determinations. So
I
law
see
30.
That's a question. Sorry, Rahul.
Yeah.
If I see the screen, I'm asking. Jerome, you have a question?
Yeah, I wanted to ask, but when it's signal a no ball, isn't everything dead? Is it?
No. But the ball is still in play. No ball doesn't make the ball dead. We have
Okay.
seen dead ball before, but yeah, no ball or wide ball call will not make the ball dead. The ball is still in play.
Okay.
So if we have no more questions, then we go to law 38, run out. So what does the law talks about run out? Fairly straightforward, everybody knows. But a batter is out, run out. If at any time while the ball is in play, he is out of her ground, and the wickets is fairly broken by either the action of a fielder or the ball rebounding of a fielder's person, even though no ball has been called. So except in 38.2.2, whether or not a run has been attempted. We'll talk about that. But this is one of the dismissals that happens on a no ball, that can happen on a no ball. So we need to remember that. And whenever they are out of their ground, wickets fairly broken by the fielder or the ball rebounding of a fielder. So a ball could actually hit a fielder and then still hit the wickets. That's also out, run out, if it is fairly broken. A batter can also be not out, run out. There are certain circumstances which we'll delve into. A batter is not out, run out in these circumstances. She has been within her ground and has subsequently left it to avoid injury when the wicket was down. So if the batter is already in the ground and there is a throw coming in, they're trying to avoid that, and in that process, if they go out of the ground and then the wicket keeper or fielder breaks the wicket fairly, that would not be out, run out, because they've already made the ground, but they left it because to avoid an injury. The ball delivered by the bowler has not made a contact with the fielder before the wicket is fairly broken. So for a run out, fielder's intervention is very important. So if a batter hits the fair delivery, batter hits the ball straight, and the bowler gets a finger and the ball hits the stumps and the non-striker is out of the ground, that would be out, run out. But if the bowler doesn't touch the ball or doesn't happen, then even if the wickets are broken, it's not fairly broken because there is no intervention with the fielder. So in that case, it would be not out. The striker is not out, run out in any circumstances in these two cases if they are out stumped or no ball has been called. Because we know that on a no ball, so if it is fair delivery and the batter is out stumped, so they cannot be out, run out. But if the no ball has been called, batter cannot be out stumped, right? On a no ball. Only on a wide ball, batter can be out stumped, but on a no ball, he cannot be out stumped. So when in case of no ball, if they are out of the ground, not attempting a run. So example, batsman plays the ball, goes down the wicket and plays the ball. and after they miss the ball, the keeper stumps the batter, but the umpire calls it a no ball, and then they appeal for a run out. But if the batsman cannot be out stumped on a no ball, but if they are not attempting a run, then the wicket keeper cannot claim run out in that case. So you need to be mindful. And on in no ball scenarios, if the wicket is fairly broken by the wicket keeper without the intervention, as I said, intervention of another fielder is very important in runouts. So because if it is only keeper, then it could be stumping. It comes under the stumping law. But if it's a no ball and the batter is not attempting a run, cannot be out stumped because and there is no intervention of another fielder. Which batter is out? So we know, we have learned that what is a batter's ground, right? So the batter out is the one whose ground it is at the end where the wicket is fairly broken. So if it is at the non-striker and the non-striker is closer to that crease or the ground, then the non-striker will be out if they are out of the popping crease. And popping crease, we know it's always the inside line. So the bat has to cross the inside line, not on the line is out. Run scored. If either batter is dismissed out, run out, run in progress when the wicket is broken, shall not be scored, even if it is crossed. But completed runs by the batters together with any runs for penalty. So first run completed, batters cross for the second, but the throw comes, breaks the wicket fairly. One run will be counted. The first one will be counted, but the second one will not. Even if it is crossed, it's not complete. If, however, a striker who has a runner, I think I'm not going to go into the runners because runners just for the sake of laws we have runners. But in case if there is a runner who is dismissed, run out, runs completed by the runner and the other batters before the wicket broken, all runs to the batting side shall be disallowed. I think you can read this bit by yourself. As we know, in runouts, bowler does not get credit. So it goes into the team's tally rather than the bowlers. So, okay. So as you can see here, I covered 38.2 and 38.4. I didn't cover 38.3 because that requires a separate discussion. So this is what 38.3 is. Non-striker leaving his ground early. So earlier, this used to be like called manked. I hate that word because Mr. Vinu Ankad was a great player, but I don't know why this dismissal had his name being stuck with this kind of form of dismissal. But earlier, this dismissal used to be under law 41.6, as you can see in this video screen. But there was a lot of debate between the spirit of the game and whether the bowler should give a warning or not. So so before it was in the unfair play section, but what the lawmakers did was, rather than putting the onus onto the to the fielding team or the umpires to make that determination, they put the onus back onto the batters or the non-striker, that they should not be leaving their ground early. If they do, there are certain repercussions. And there are no warnings. The law has moved into the Law 38 run out. So let's see what the Law 38.3 run out video looks like.
Running out the non-striker. Running out the non-striker occurs when a bowler runs out a batsman who has strayed too early out of the popping crease by removing the bails. It is a much debated form of dismissal, with some suggesting that a warning should be given. However, leaving his or her ground early is an attempt by the non-striker to gain an unfair advantage, and it puts a batsman at risk of getting out. The law doesn't require the bowler to give a warning, and he or she is entitled to run out the non-striker until the moment when he or she would normally have been expected to release the ball, in which case it's perfectly fair for the bowler to run the non-striker out. For more detail on this perfectly legal practice, see
It's a perfectly legal practice now. No warnings has to be given. So, okay. So what does the law 38.3 actually says? If the non-striker is out of his or her ground at any time at any time from the moment the ball comes into play. So, as we saw in the hit wicket law, the window period starts when the bowler lands in the delivery strike. For this law, the moment the ball comes into play. So when does the ball come into play? When the bowler would normally start his run up, or if they don't have a run up, they in the delivery stride, right? So that is the moment. So when the bowler starts his run up, takes the first step, from that time the window period for non-striker starts. That if they leave the ground early, the bowler can still run them out. So from the moment the ball comes into play until the instant when the bowler would normally have been expected to release the ball. So where the release the ball point is where the bowler releases the ball towards the striker. So the window period starts from the ball comes into the play when the bowler takes his first step until the expected release of the ball. So this is very important. Until this time frame, the non-striker is liable to be run out. In these circumstances, the non-striker will be out run out if they are out of the ground, whether the wicket is broken by the bowler throwing the ball at the wicket or by the bowler hand holding the ball, or whether or not ball is subsequently delivered. So there are also ways that bowler can start their run up, starts running. Before they even get into the delivery stride, if the batter is non-striker is out, they can actually run the batter out until that point. So they don't even have to be in the delivery stride. They can go up to the release point. Once they cross the release point, this window closes. He cannot be out, run out in that case, but only until the expected release of the ball. So we will see like two videos which talks about what is the correct execution and what is an incorrect execution of this. So this is like a women's cricket, India versus England, I believe. Let's see what the correct execution is.
Maybe try and play a genuine sweep. Maybe try and play a genuine sweep.
No. I'm not so sure. I know it's in the laws of the game. Laws have changed.
Out,
So
run out
if she was
in
in
this
a delivery
case.
stride, she was well within her rights to do that.
The wickets were broken before the bowler reached the expected point of releasing the ball. So if you can see this, see the window period is still on, and the non-striker left, and then the bowler breaks the wickets with the ball in their hand. So that is the correct way of executing this. We will also see an incorrect way of executing this happen between men's cricket, like a Vitality Blast from Adam Zampa. So let's see what that looks like.
Last two from Zampa. Takes the bails off and
Bowler do here
umpire director. We want to check
some instructions, but play. So
roll it through.
point of time where I pause the video is he is expected. Once he has reached that point, he cannot come back. So I think this would not be out. And the non-striker is already out of the ground. And he's even gone past beyond where he would have normally expected to release. So that would not be out. So only the window period is already closed in this case. Whereas in Dipti Sharma's case on the left, she did this breaking the wickets between the window period, which is the correct way of doing it. Okay. Stump. So let's talk about what 39 stumped law talks about.
Stumped. All batsmen fear being stumped, and all wicket-keepers dream of stumping batsmen. So let's be clear about the law. The only player who can stump a batsman is this fellow, the wicket-keeper. A stumping can take place provided that the ball is not a no ball. You can be stumped off a wide, however. Here, for example, the batsman has moved out of his or her ground to play the ball, but has missed it and has not attempted a run. The wicket is fairly put down by the wicket-keeper without the intervention of another fielder. When all these conditions are met, the batsman will find that he or she has indeed been stumped. It's also okay for the ball to rebound onto the stumps off any part of the wicket-keeper, including his or her protective equipment or helmet. If it is a no ball, the batsman will not be out-stumped and is also protected from being run out as long as he or she is not attempting a run. Don't be stumped about stumping. Get a copy of the Blue Book and study Law 39.
The batsman is protected from being run out if it is a no ball. So that's an important point to remember. So let's see what the law actually says. Out stumped. Striker is out stumped if the ball delivered is not a no ball. So fair delivery can be out stumped. And if the batter is out of his her ground and has not attempted a run when the wicket is fairly broken by the wicketkeeper without the intervention of another fielder. A striker is out stumped if all conditions, as we just mentioned, are satisfied, even though a decision of run out would be justified. So that in that case, the stump would take precedence. Ball rebounding from wicket keeper's person. So if the wicket is broken by the ball, it shall be regarded as being broken by the keeper if the ball rebounds onto the stumps from any part of the keeper. So even if the keeper doesn't collect the ball cleanly, it hits his helmet and falls onto the stump and the wickets are broken. So for this purpose of the law, anything rebounding from the wicket keeper's person is deemed as that the wicket keeper has actually broken the wickets. So, or has been kicked or thrown on the stumps by the wicket keeper. So keeper can be behind the wicket as well, collect the ball and throw, still out stump. Especially with not a fielder's intervention. We'll see when they can be not out as well. The striker will not be out stumped if after having received the delivery, they have left the ground in order to avoid an injury, which is fairly straightforward. And if the striker is not out stumped, they may be, except in circumstances, not out, run out. Okay, we learned about that as well, that decision of run out can also be justified. Runs scored. So on stumping, can the runs be scored? When the striker is dismissed stumped from a wide ball, the penalty, because we know no ball stumping is not allowed, but wide ball stumping can happen. And in that case, 1 run penalty of the wide shall stand. And there are other laws. If the penalty concludes the match. Okay. So if there is only 1 run needed, and the batsman bowler bowled a wide and the keeper inflicts a stumping in that ball, the wide already finished the game, right? So the stumping is not possible. So the batter will still be not out because the game is concluded. So cannot be out after the game is concluded, right? So the last is timed out.
Rahul, I believe there are 2 questions.
Questions? Okay.
Rana and Hassan, I see your hand raised. You have any questions? I think you can continue. Hassan, you have to type your question because we don't hear you. And you asked about no ball, stumping of a no ball. So there is no stumping in no ball unless the batter attended a run. It will just be it will be not out.
Okay, so moving on to the last law, timed out. Fairly simple short law. Um, it doesn't let me. Okay, I will present it this way.
Sorry to interrupt. I think for Hassan, maybe he doesn't know you have to unmute the mic from the bottom as well, right next to the video. If you're doing that, I think we can hear you then. Hassan.
Okay, gentlemen, we'll get to Hassan when he gets fixed all those things. But Law 40 talks about out time wicket. So after the fall of a wicket or a retirement of a batter, in those two instances, the incoming batter must be ready to receive the ball, or other batter to be ready to receive the ball within the next 3 minutes, unless time has been called. So unless time has been called, umpires call time, because when there is a end of session or end of the innings or end of the game, at that point of time, within 3 minutes, the batters usually after the fall of wicket has 3 minutes to come to the field of play and be ready to prepare in receiving the ball. So if this requirement is not met, the incoming batter will be timed out. Usually, for the law mentioned 3 minutes, but for one-day international and test matches, ideally the time is 2 minutes, if I'm not mistaken. And for T20, it's 90 seconds. So the batter has to, at the moment the wicket falls, a stopwatch somewhere gets activated, and they monitor the time until the next batter comes in. And the next batter just doesn't have to be there in 90 seconds or 2 minutes. They have to be ready to face the delivery. So this law was put into place to make sure that the batting side is not able to waste time by delaying the play for the fall of after the wicket falls. In the event of extended days, a delay in which no batter comes through. So if the 3 minute time is already passed and you don't see any batter coming onto the wicket, the umpire shall adopt the procedure of law 16.3, umpires awarding a match. So, but before they do that, they have to wait 3 minutes, and only after the expiry of that 3 minutes, they have to take the next piece of action. But if no batsman has come out, umpires should, before they award the game or any of those kind of discussions, they may choose to suspend play to enable them to check if there was any extraordinary circumstances that legitimately caused the batsman to be delayed. So could be a medical emergency in the dressing room or something happened. They need to investigate that bit. They can suspend the play until they are satisfied. But if the teams don't want to come out and play, they can enforce law 16.3 and can award the match to the other side. So these are 40 laws. If anybody has any questions for me, let me know, or I can give it back to Navneeth.
Rahul, go deeper, go.
No. I was talking about you, that you have a question. I'm good.
Oh, yeah. Rahul, the timeout law. This take me back to last World Cup. I believe Sri Lanka versus Bangladesh. Angelo Matthews was already at the crease, right? And he have a malfunction in his gear. Bangladesh appeal, he was out, timeout. Can you like circle back around this? Because to me, like, there should have been some leniency on Matthews' part, saying that he could not have batted without his helmet at the time. So if you can
Dishan,
just,
I remember that incident, and I think what happened in that case was, like, he was there on the ground, but what he could have done is, like, he could have played the ball, but if the helmet is malfunctioned, then he has to actually, but he wasn't there to face the ball. He came and then he immediately told the umpire that the helmet is broken. So you cannot bring a broken helmet. Maybe he didn't knew. I'm not saying that he knew, but you have to come there and make that effort to play the ball. And in during that process, if you find out that like your helmet is broken, you can go to the umpire and tell them that uh, I cannot play with a broken helmet, which is fair. But I think he was not ready to play the delivery. So I think that is the reason why. And this was way beyond 90 seconds when that window happened. So I think like as per the umpires, they must have made sure they kept the track of when the previous batsman got out. Then the stopwatches counts 90 seconds. Batsmen have to be there. And if they're not making that, and they just don't have to be there, they have to be ready to face the next ball. So if the laws are there, I'm sure 90 seconds is a fairly short amount of time, but it's still a long amount of time for the batter to go there and play the ball. And if he would have played the ball, even with a broken helmet, right? Like the only thing that was missing was the flap that the helmet tucks into. So he could have played with that as well. And after that, he could have asked for like a change of helmet. But yeah, umpires, if they are notified before, because yeah, you don't want to play without with a broken helmet because it could also be dangerous, right? So, but as long as I saw the way I saw it, it was mostly like he wasn't ready to play the ball. And then the helmet was another action, and then that started another debate. And Shakib Al Hassan, knowing him, right, he is one of those captains who done nothing wrong in holding that, asking, appealing for that, because it's a game of fine margins. Everybody wants to win nowadays. So, and there is nothing wrong about it, what they did. So, but yeah, unfortunately, that was the case. But that's what my interpretation was. Maybe I can share that video sometime on the group. We can look into that as well. So, Navneeth, anything else to add there?
No, good. And Partha is asking about situation where bowler starts the delivery stride and batter stops the play, then ask for his gear. Then I wouldn't. Then the bowling team appeals for timed out. Then I think it will not be valid for timed out because the batter was ready to play and the bowler started the run up.
And maybe even Angelo Matthews could have done exactly what Partha said. So if he would have done that, he was ready to play, and then he said, "Oh, but my helmet is broken." Yes, then the umpires would allow them. But he wasn't ready to play the ball, so that's what my interpretation was. John.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Rahul, for a wonderful session. Till 40, so we have still 41 and law 41 and 42, and we are planning to finish it before 2 o'clock. I'll go little fast, but since it's a longer session, we'll take a just 2-minute break. 12:15 right now, so 12:18 we can start back, and I'll start my session, and we'll carry on from then.
Just went a little in detail because I think like there were some things that needs to be honed into. So, but
usually good videos and good participation from many umpires today.
Yep. We'll be taking you guys for the next 2 laws, 41, 42. They are simple but long laws, but you will see like what those laws talk about, and hopefully we should be able to finish everything by 2. So,
Rahul, I have a question.
Meanwhile, I'll share my screen. You can ask your question, Nati.
Yeah, it's actually looks like a stupid question, but I just wanted to make sure. The batsman's, is there any kind of a rule says that where the batsman has to stand to face a ball? That means it's ready to face. Is there any certain law says whether it has to be inside the pitch or like it's front of the wicket, something? I'm just asking because of to cover up the loopholes of the timeout.
So ideally, my suggestion, my understanding would be they can stand anywhere where the playing surface is, right? The 10 feet by 22 yards, where the stumps. I have seen some other plays where people have stand behind the wicket as well. I don't know what accomplishes that, but yes.
The question, the reason of the question is the batsman is coming inside the ground. Let's for an example. So, okay, so it says it's like 85 seconds. Can he just stand somewhere and say I'm ready to face the ball just to cover up the place?
No, like because the bowler, like if he stands at square leg, the bowler
Exactly.
is not going to deliver there, right?
He's still going to deliver the ball to the wicket though, but if the batsman is ready to play, I'm just asking.
No, he has to be ready to play the delivery, not like an imaginary delivery that the bowler is delivering, right? So he has to be on the pitch, ready to play that ball.
So that's the question. So he has to be inside the pitch. Is that a law says?
No, the law doesn't define
Law
that.
doesn't define that. Yeah.
Okay.
Technically, the batter can do that. He says, "I am ready."
Okay, that's what I want to know.
Position, and the bowler is allowed to start the delivery straight from there.
Okay,
but,
so that's a loophole the batsman can do if that they wanted to, right?
I mean, they can do, but again, the bowler can pick up the ball and put it on the stumps.
Okay. Thank you.
I mean, on paper, yeah, the batter can do that.
Yeah, that's I want to know, like, yeah.
There is something not in the rule book. People take advantage, but yes, I
We
would
will
say
see answer play.
right.
So
Yeah, exactly. And what if like the ball hits the wicket and he says, "Oh, would you give them out?" Which is very yeah. So okay. So Navneeth, you should be able to. Can you? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you are able to. So go ahead, and I'm going to take a break, but I'll be on the line. So
okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Rahul.
Yeah.
Thanks everyone for joining. So we'll see law 41 and 42 today. So it's pretty big law. I'll go through a little fast, and you can stop me when you're not following, and if you have any questions, you please stop me and ask your questions. And so one thing I want to inform before starting this is next 2 weekends, Sunday on 23rd March and 30th March, there will be seminars from Cricket Canada. I believe Mr. Rohan Shah will be taking the session online from 10 o'clock to 2 o'clock, 2 4-hour sessions. So it is like he'll be there to answer all your questions regarding the laws. So it is expected you to prepare all your questions and come. So it will be an interactive session. You can discuss with them and you can ask all your questions. Even the question now Nithya asks questions like that, hypothetical questions, or even the questions to understand your laws. You can ask all your questions and he'll be able to answer. And that is we are expecting everyone to participate in these 2 seminars. Also, there is one information session organized by Cricket Canada National Committee of Umpires on Saturday evening at 5 o'clock. I'll share the link after this call. It will be through Zoom. It is for whole Eastern Canada. You can ask all your questions related to umpiring, say pathway for umpiring, how to do umpiring at higher level in Canada, and any umpiring related questions in Cricket Canada, you can ask them in that meeting. So that is the information I want to share. Now I'll move on to the laws. So I did not make a separate presentation. I'll be going through the e-learning module for today. So we'll start with law 41, unfair play.
Law 41, unfair play. Law 41 is by far the longest and most disparate law in the Blue Book, covering all manner of sins, and being unfair play, they really can be sins. In fact, this law, more than any other, is really lots of little laws compiled into one, touching on subjects like altering the condition of the ball and distraction of batsmen, all the way to time wasting, dangerous bowling and running on the pitch. In the following module, we have broken them down into mini modules to make it less daunting. Because this law helps to set the tone for conduct on the cricket field, it's one of the most important ones for umpires to be completely clear about. So even though it's long, it's worth knowing it all from start to finish. In this training module, we will look at the law as it is written.
So we'll see law 41 now.
Law 41, unfair play. My top tip on Law 41, unfair play, is given that this can be a complex law, the umpire should buy some think time before applying it. One of the best things to do here is to take time to consult with your on-field partner and consider your options. Then confirm the correct application of warnings and/or penalties. Once you make your decision, commit to it, and then communicate it with confidence to the player or the team captain concerned.
Yes, as Simon says, you have to work as a team. Always consult with your partner before giving any unfair play decisions. Even though it can be, it is solely under your jurisdiction, you consult it with the with your partner and make sure you are on same page and you have an united front when you are representing, talking with the captains and the teammates. So this is a printable guide. This is very useful actually, which says for which law what penalty has to be given, how many warnings, and all those things are there as a PDF which you can download. And I'm planning to give it to all the umpires from Cricket Quebec. Even MCA can do that. It is best for all the umpires to always carry it during the matches, because sometimes it's difficult to remember, even though for examination purposes, especially level 2 and level 3, you have to know it. And so you can always check it even during the match if required. And it is handy to have it during the match. So I'm not going to go through word by word of the laws. We'll look at the presentations. So umpires together with the captain set the tone for the game. The captains are responsible for the conduct of their players to ensure that they abide by both the laws and spirit of the game. If any player transgresses, then the umpire will deal with this through the captains, who will tell their players to change their behavior. So always your point of contact is team captains. Team captains are responsible for upholding the spirit of the cricket and also ensuring that the game is played fairly. So if you see any unfair play or any unfair advantage taken by any of the players, you call their captain and talk to the captain. Captain is your communication point, and captain is responsible to communicate it with other players in the team. And the umpires are sole judges of what is fair and unfair. Even if the action is not specifically covered in law, they can act if either of them thinks that something is unfair. So umpires solely decide if it is fair or unfair. Sometimes we will see there are 17 laws that we are going to see. Also, there is a point where if it is not covered in the laws and if you think that team is taking unfair advantage, you can intervene, and we will see what are the consequences that can be given. Yes, Hassan?
Yes, I think you can hear me now.
Yes, I can
The
hear
question is, most of the time, I know we're going through a long everything. Most of the time, the vice captain interrupted rather than the deputy, rather than the captain when we try to get into the captain. So I like to make sure you clear that during the game if the deputy or the captain is available. So vice captain is not interrupt in that time.
Yeah, I mean, you can always ask other players, vice captain, sometimes senior players might intervene. You can ask them to leave that discussion and talk only with the captain. And
Only with the captain.
Only with the captain is advisable. So that is the norm. But if you think it is required to talk to somebody else, you are free to do so. But what the law says or what you want to do is only to the captain, talk to the captain, and captain is responsible for communicating it with others. Sometimes you will have problem with the captain, and sometimes the captain will not be in a position to talk. So practically in that time, you can talk to vice captain or any other senior player in the group. So this is a match management perspective. But what the law advises you to do is to talk to the captain, and the captain is responsible to communicate it with others.
Thanks.
Any other question? I heard a sound. Okay, I'll move on. So if an umpire deems an action unfair, which is not specifically covered in law, then he or she should call dead ball only when it is clear that it will not disadvantage the non-offending side. The umpire should then discuss the incident with the other umpire, and it will be the bowler's end umpire who carries out the following process. The umpire must then inform the offending player's captain that this is a first and final warning, and that only any subsequent such actions by any member of his team will result in a 5-run penalty, while the offense being reported to the governing body responsible for the game. So if we will see 16 or 17 laws now, but if it is not covered in any of those laws, and if you still think it is unfair, you call a dead ball, and you always call dead ball only if it is not affecting the non-offending side. So it should not. You should make sure that somebody who is not making anything wrong, they lose a run or a wicket or something like that. Then you give a first and final warning. Then if they repeat it, any other offense, then you can give 5 penalty runs, even though it is not covered in the law. So that 41.1 and 2 is covered in that. Then 41.3 is match ball, changing its condition. So historically, players on the fielding side have always been able to polish the match ball during play to keep it in a good condition and to help it make it swing. They may not, however, do things to the ball which speeds up its deterioration. This law is concerned with such willful changing of the ball's condition. Wear and tear on the ball is inevitable. When the ball bounces on the pitch, it is hit by the bat and rolls across the ground. The condition of playing surfaces will vary greatly, and this will therefore cause wear and tear to differing degrees. So during the course of the match, the umpire shall make frequent and irregular inspection of the ball. So this is important: frequent and irregular inspection of the ball. This can come as a question in exams. When do you inspect when umpires are responsible to check the ball? So you have to check the ball frequently, and it has to be in irregular intervals. The umpires will get the ball at the fall of a wicket, but should also look at the ball at other times to ensure that no willful changes have been made to the condition of the ball. In the event the umpires consider the condition of the ball has been unfairly changed, they will ask the captain of the non-offending team whether they wish the ball to be replaced or not. So the ball, if the ball condition is changed unfairly, it is non-offending side will decide they need a different ball or they want to continue with the same ball. They can choose. So fielders may polish the ball on their clothing, provided no artificial substance is used and no time is wasted. So make sure no artificial substance is used. And the recent law after 2022 says saliva cannot be used. So you cannot use saliva to polish the balls, and no artificial substance can be used. And also you should make sure that time is not being wasted during polishing. So if the batter is ready, they cannot stand there and polish the ball. So they have to bowl. When the outfield is wet, fielders may dry the ball on cloths approved by the umpires. Generally, the cloths should be approved by the umpires. Fielders may remove mud from the ball, but only under an umpire's supervision. Any questions? I saw 2 hands raised.
Navneeth, I just messaged in the group, so you can read that.
I cannot see the message. Could you tell it? If you want me to answer, you read it.
Explain the criteria or the situation. When when the rain happened or the ground is wet due to the like 1 or 2 hours before it rained little bit, and how many times the ball can be changed, because in our one of our match, one of the umpires told like the ball was too wet and it was even not bouncing, and he told how many times ball I will change, I'm not gonna change. So I want clarification on that thing.
Okay, so there are two things we are seeing here. Now we are talking about unfairly, a team unfairly changing the condition of the ball. Say, the fielding team using saliva or Vaseline or sandpaper, something like that, that is changing the condition of the ball. So even if they do it, you see them do it, and the condition of the ball is not changed, the non-offending side, in this case batting side, has the right to change the ball. But so the thing you mentioned is about changing the ball because the ball is not the ball is lost its shape or color, or it's not fit enough to play.
It's fallen up, yeah, lot of conditions.
Yeah,
Yes.
so it doesn't come under unfair play. So it will be up to the umpires to judge if the ball is good enough to play or not. And we can cover that, can be elaborately discussed in match management session. We might have sometime in April. We've not planned about it yet.
No problem. Yes. Okay, no problem.
The umpires should make frequent and irregular inspections of the ball to check that its condition has not been unfairly altered.
Other than striking the ball legally with the bat, batter are also not allowed to willfully change the condition of the ball. Examples might be deliberately treading on it or putting something on their bats which damages the ball. Law 5.5 discusses how a bat should be, so even batter cannot damage the ball in any way. Regardless of whether non-offending side has chosen to have the ball replaced, the umpire shall award 5 penalty runs to the batting side. Inform the captains of what has occurred and report the matter to the governing body. If further instance occurs during the match, apply the same procedure. This will include award 5 penalty runs and the reporting procedure. Should this be a second unfair instance made by the fielding side, instruct the fielding captain to immediately suspend the bowler who bowled the previous delivery, and he or she will not be able to bowl again in that match. It does not matter that the bowler was not the person who altered the ball. If applicable, the over shall be completed by another bowler who cannot have bowled the previous over and cannot bowl the next. So what happens? The first instance you see ball is unfairly changed, you award 5 penalty runs. And if it's a fielding side, if they do it for the second time, you remove the bowler who bowled the previous ball, and they cannot bowl for that whole match again. So that is the penalty you give for changing the condition of the ball.
Law 41, changing the condition of the ball. My top tip on this law is to check the ball often, even during an over, together with your colleague. When the ball is hit beyond the boundary and strikes an object, the umpire should check it when it comes back onto the field. This will ensure that any such damage is noted by the umpires and is not mistakenly attributed to the fielding team.
Yeah, you should always check. There should be frequent and irregular inspection, and as umpire Simon Tuffle says, you have, when the ball goes outside or hits something, you check what is the condition of the ball. And it is a good practice to always see the ball. See, when the ball is dead and the bowler is going to bowl, between that the fielders will pass the ball from one fielder to other. So you are required to watch the ball continuously. Either you should watch or your partner should watch. So that is a good practice. In that way, you make sure that the ball is not being altered unfairly. So I hope you understood changing the match ball condition. Can somebody explain what is the penalty? What happens if the ball is unfairly changed? Quickly, like gist of what we saw in 41.3.
You award 5 runs, and if it's repeated again, you remove the bowler who's basically is violating this.
No, it
The
doesn't matter
batting,
who
the
violated.
batting side have the got 5 runs, and the bowling side team captain gonna decide. He gonna change the bowler, and he gonna let him ball again. Not the umpire gonna set that.
No, captain will inform the players, that is fine, but irrespective of who is altering the ball, the bowler who bowled the previous ball, if the incident happens on 41.3, overs 41.3, who bowled the over 41.2, that bowler will not bowl for the rest of the match.
Right.
So it doesn't matter who makes the mistake, the bowler who bowled the previous ball will face the consequence. And if it is a batting team doing the thing, then the fielding team will get 5 penalty runs. Also, one more point is, first you ask the non-offending side if they want to change the ball or not. If they want to change the ball, you will change a ball. And how will you choose the ball you are going to play?
Approximately the same number of overs, same condition.
It should have same wear and tear. The ball should have, you are regularly checking the ball, so you know how is the condition of the ball. So it should have same wear and tear. Thank you. So we'll see.
Yeah, but I have a question. If they
Yes,
don't have on the same time the same kind of ball, what should they do?
The closest is the option that we have to take, especially in local matches. Sometimes you might not have that luxury, but we don't have an option. You have to some people just take the ball and rub it in the ground and play. That is not advisable at all. So that will definitely alter, that will bias, like that will not properly deteriorate the ball. That is not advisable at all. So whatever ball you have, the closest to the conditions that we have, you use it. So
all right.
Yeah. Law 41.4 and 41.5 discusses about deliberate distraction. For one is while preparing for the delivery, the other one is after the delivery is bowled. So we'll see. So members of the fielding side are not permitted to deliberately distract the striker when he or she is receiving a delivery, or indeed about to receive it. This could be talking, making noises, or close fielders moving both themselves or indeed their shadows. In the past, there has been a final warning before sanctions were applied, but Law 41.4 now applies a 5-run penalty sanction and reporting procedure on the first occurrence. The second section of the overview covers the deliberate distraction, obstruction, or deception of the batter after the striker has received the delivery, which is an offense under Law 41.5. Batter are entitled to expect that after the striker has received the ball and it is still in play, they are not going to be willfully obstructed, deceived, or distracted by the fielders. Indeed, the law has now added the word deception, which covers the instance of mock fielding or also fake fielding, which is considered unfair and is explained later. So, deliberate attempt to distract the striker. It is unfair for any fielder to distract the striker. This is from the point of preparing to receive the delivery during the bowler's run-up to actually receiving it. The distraction could be either verbal or by movement. Indeed, it could be a shadow on the pitch if the umpires consider it to have been a willful distraction. Shadows are unavoidable, but if a fielder shadows on the pitch, the fielder should remain stationary so as not to distract the striker. So, if either umpire considers an offense have been committed, he or she shall immediately call and signal dead ball. The bowlers and umpires shall then award 5 penalty runs to the batting side. Inform the captain of the reason for this action as soon as practicable, and inform the captain of the batting side and follow the reporting procedure. So I'm just going to say follow the reporting procedure from now on. So reporting procedure involves informing the captains of what has occurred and report the matter to the offending team's executive and also the governing body responsible for the match, who will take any appropriate action against the captain, individuals, or team concerned. So you have to inform all these things To make it short, I am just going to say as reporting procedure. So please remember the penalty is initially you call and signal dead ball, and the bowlers and umpires shall award 5-run penalty to the batting side. And also the ball will not count as one of the over. That I think we will come back to that. I'll take the question. I think Hassan has a question.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Like you just mentioned, if the batsman taking more than time, like usually to taking receiving the next delivery from the bowler, but he taking more time on that. So is that what's the law stand for that?
It comes under time wasting. We will see it in a few minutes.
In 4 minutes. Okay, sir. Thank you.
After the striker has played the ball, it is unfair for the fielders to deliberately distract, obstruct, or deceive the batter. The umpires must decide whether the fielder's action was deliberate or accidental. The deception is an addition to this law from October 2017, and the act of mock fielding is one possibility of deliberate deception. This is where fielders feign to field or throw a ball without actually having it in their hands, with the primary intention of stopping the batter running. This offense has the longest list of actions required by the umpires, so it is worth taking time to learn them all. We'll see an example.
The practice known as mock fielding, where the fielder pretends to throw the ball even though he or she is not holding it, is now outlawed. It is normally done to try and stop the batsman running, and it is a deliberate attempt to deceive a batsman under Law 41.5.
So this comes under deception. It is unfair under Law 41.5. We'll see what actions we will take. Call and signal dead ball. The umpires will then consult, because if the distraction was a physical obstruction, then the umpires may consider it to be an offense under Law 42, and if so, will deal with the matter as the law requires. So Law 42 we will see. So having physical contact with the other player as a distraction is a serious offense that will have its own consequences. So that will also be that should also be considered while seeing this law. If Law 42 sanctions are not applicable, then the bowlers and umpires shall award 5 penalty runs to the batting side. The ball will not count as one in the over. Runs completed before the offense are scored together with the run in progress, regardless of whether the batter has crossed and any other penalties like no ball. So here the point to be noticed, even any run started will be counted. They don't even have to cross. So they start to run and the obstruction happens, that run will count even though they did not cross. And the batter will also decide which of them will face the next delivery. So they can choose which batter has to face the next delivery. And you follow the reporting procedure. So to summarize, if there is a distraction, obstruction, or deception after the ball bowled, you call and signal dead ball. Then you check if it is if there is a inappropriate contact. If not, you award 5 penalty runs. Then the ball will not be counted. Then whatever the runs that started will be counted, even though it is not completed. And although also the completed runs will be counted, and the batter will decide who will face the next delivery. And you follow the reporting procedure. Next is unfair bowling. So before that, I would want somebody to explain what happens when there is a fake fielding. You saw the video. So what all you will do?
If the bowlers, if the batsmen start running and they do the fake fielding, so the umpire gonna give them the 5 runs to the batting side, and they're gonna decide also which batsman gonna face the next ball, and the ball gonna be dead, and they have to redo the ball.
Who will decide who's the striker?
Batting side.
Yeah, and yeah, that's great. You want to add something?
I recently I saw a lot of videos like a wicketkeeper doing like this, and the umpire gave out. Like I saw 2-3 times. One time in South Africa, South Africa versus Pakistan, the same thing happening. And they umpire give out.
umpire gave out?
Yeah.
For what?
For run outing, like the wicket keeper doing the fake fielding.
Okay.
They assuming the throw is coming in his end, but it's coming in the other end.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I remember that's Fakhar Zaman thing.
Yeah, Fakhr Zaman on 192,
Yeah,
I think.
Unfortunately, I have not seen that video, that incident. Maybe the umpires would have missed, or
No, because Fakhar Zaman looking back because the keeper didn't react the ball coming to
oh,
him.
that Quinton de Kock.
Yeah. That's one.
Okay. So yeah, so it is the so what we saw in law 41.2, it is the sole umpires are the sole judges to decide unfair play. So it is up to you to decide if it is a deliberate attempt to distract the striker or not. So as an umpire, in your opinion, if that is what Quinton de Kock has done, then you don't give the run out, you give them the 2 runs and award 5 penalty runs, and the ball will not be counted as one of the over, and Fakhar Zaman and his partner will decide who's going to face the next ball. But that umpire went the other way. Sometimes it will not be very clear. The umpire's judgment will play a role, and as an umpire, you should have all the informations with you, and you have to decide based on that. Any other questions? Okay, so the difference between law 41.4 and 41.5 is 41.4 happens before the ball is being bowled, and 41.5 happens after the ball is bowled and batter plays the ball. In both situations, the ball will not be counted as one of the over. And there is no warning here. You award 5 penalty runs in the first instance. Now we will see unfair bowling. This will include bouncers and beamers. This section covers the bowling of dangerous and unfair deliveries. These could be either short-pitched or non-pitching deliveries. In normal parlance, these are referred to as bouncers and then either full tossers or beamers. The law is clear on both, and whereas the former may be acceptable up to a point, the latter, if it passes above the waist height of the striker standing upright at the crease, is not acceptable at all and will be sanctioned immediately. The revised law for 2017 has reduced the level of tolerance in both areas, following increasing concerns over player safety. In the past, the cautions for these 2 types of deliveries were conjured, and a caution for beamer might be followed by a second and final caution for a bouncer. This is no longer the case. Each of these areas is now treated separately, and there is only first and final warning before sanctions, including removal of the bowler from the attack, are applied. So now whatever we are going to see is the loss. So the playing condition will say something different. In playing condition, you will have first bouncer, 1 bouncer allowed per over, or 2 bouncers allowed per over based on the format you play. But these are the laws, which is going to be slightly different from the playing conditions. When considering either short pitch bowling or non-pitching deliveries, the reference points of waist and head relate to the striker standing upright in the crease. So the height of the striker is relevant. So when you are judging above waist, how will you judge? The batter should stand at the crease upright, standing straight. And also height of the batter will be judged based on that, standing at the crease level and upright. If the ball is passing above the waist or over the head, should be judged at that point. The bouncer that passes over the head of the striker is a no ball. And they are also to be deemed unfair if the umpire feels they are delivered repeatedly. So as per law, if you bowl a bouncer above the head, it's a no ball. But in playing condition, it is a wide. Yes, Darshpreet.
It's above the head or above the shoulder?
Above the head is a no ball, as per the laws, and it is a wide as per the playing condition. And we will see what happens if you bowl above the shoulder also. However, short pitch delivery can also be deemed to be dangerous when they are directed at the body. The bowling of short pitch delivery is considered dangerous if by their speed, height, length, and direction they are likely to inflict injury to the striker. The umpire must take the ability of the striker into the account, but any protective equipment worn by the striker is not relevant and should be disregarded. It can still be dangerous even if the striker is wearing a helmet. So, irrespective of the if it is going above the head or not, if you think it is bowling, the bowler is bowling in a way to injure the batter based on the speed, height, and length of and the direction of the ball, you can still consider it as unfair and dangerous, and we'll see what action we will be taking. So the repetitive bowling of balls that bounce over head height of the striker, although not considered dangerous, may be considered unfair. In both cases outlined in the previous slide, if the umpire considers them dangerous or unfair, he or she will act as follows. Call and signal no ball. When the ball is dead, caution the bowler, this is the first and final warning. This will apply throughout the innings. Inform the other umpire, the fielding captain, and the batter of this occurrence. If there is a further occurrence by the same bowler during the same innings, it can be from any end, the umpire will call and signal no ball. When the ball is dead, instruct the captain of the fielding side to suspend the bowler. He or she will not be allowed to bowl again in that innings. Inform the other umpire, batter, both the captains, if applicable, any other bowler will complete the over, but no bowler can bowl 2 consecutive overs, and you follow the reporting procedure. So you bowl, we saw what is unfair bowling or what is dangerous bowling. If that is happening, you call and signal no ball, and you issue a first and final warning. If it happens again, then you again call and signal no ball and remove the bowler for that innings. And you follow the informing procedures. So we have seen for bouncers, and now we'll see for non-pitching balls, which is full toss or beamers. Any delivery, regardless of its speed, which without bouncing would have passed above the waist of the striker standing upright at the crease, is unfair. These deliveries are always a no ball. However, sometimes it may also be dangerous. The umpire must take the decision based on the number of factors, including the speed of the ball, its direction, and ability of the striker. Sometimes a delivery may not be dangerous in isolation. A very wide full toss will not cause harm, but if a bowler bowls several of them, he or she might be deemed to be out of control and therefore dangerous. If the umpire determines that the delivery is dangerous, he or she will call and signal no ball. When the ball is dead, caution, first and final warning, and inform the captains. If there is any further incidents, again call and signal no ball. Then you remove the bowler from that innings. Then again follow the informing procedures and follow the reporting procedures. So what we have seen is non-pitching deliveries, but we have given first warning. It is a no ball, but we have given first warning when there is a second no ball when we remove the bowler. But if it is a deliberate non-pitching delivery, if somebody bowls a deliberate full beamer, then what happens is there will not be any caution. You directly remove the bowler. So you call and signal no ball. You immediately instruct the captain to remove the bowler from that innings.
Law 41, dangerous bowling. My top tip is with this law being strengthened to protect the batsman from dangerous bowling, such as bounces and waist-high full tosses, umpires should apply these warnings with consistency and be very visible with their signals to all the players. The bowler and captain should be left in no doubt as to why they've been cautioned and informed of what would happen if they infringed again.
So before going to deliberate front foot no balls, I want to check your understanding. So what happens if somebody bowls a full toss above the waist, what all you see? Anybody?
We're gonna see the height of the batsman. He should stay in the crease, and we're gonna decide on that one.
Height of the batter for what? Full toss?
Yes.
And you give what? What penalty you give?
We're gonna give no ball if he's upper, and if he's not, so then we're gonna tell them to do it again.
When do you give no ball?
When is it go up the knoppy?
Above. If it is above the waist, you give no ball.
Yeah. We call no ball.
Yeah, so you give above the waist for no ball, and what else you do?
And what else means?
What other actions you have to take? Anybody else? Since you have answered no ball correctly, anybody else? What other action is Darshpreet?
If it's a no ball, we signaling a no ball and a warning to the bowler about to be like a not give a no ball. If he did again, and we suspend the bowler and tell the captain and the batting side and the other umpire.
So for all no balls, you give warning.
If it's a first no ball, we give a warning. Like if the second one
If
is
first
we're
no
gonna
ball is
suspend.
any above the waist full toss, what if it is going wide of the batter? Will you give
Like if it's not deliberating like by the bowler.
It is not deliberate. It is going wide. It's a full toss above the waist.
It's not a warning. Like we just give a no one. If I did a second time, we give a warning.
So when do you give warning? How do you decide to give warning or not?
If it's a second time, it did the same happening. The waist height is upside the waist height. It's gonna give a warning to the bowler and.
First time itself, you will give warning, but in a specific situation. Can anybody else answer? When do you give warning for a above the waist full toss?
It's deemed dangerous or not dangerous.
Exactly. So you have to check if it is dangerous or not. How do you decide if it is dangerous or not? Based on the speed, direction, and the repetitive nature of the ball. Also the skill of the batter. So if it is coming to the body and you think it will hit the body and it is dangerous, then you give the warning. But if it is going wide or if it is a one-off incident that is not dangerous to the batter, then you don't give warning for that. So what happens? Yes, Darshpreet.
If it's happened 2 times, like going not a dangerous thing, like it's going from the side 2 times in the over, so it's going to be warning or no?
So it is up to you to decide. So if it is a repetitive or not, if it's 2 times, you can immediately you might consider it dangerous because it is repetitive. It can be considered dangerous, but I would personally maybe 3rd time I would consider it as repetitive. But you think if the bowler has control or not, you should be judged by you.
Okay.
So even though it is wide, it can be considered dangerous if it is repetitive. Yes, Zishan.
Because sometimes when it's rain, so the bowler claimed, oh, because of the ball is wet and because of it's slippery from the hand, so that's why it happened. So don't do it. What should we do that time?
It doesn't matter. So rain or not, unfortunately, it is slippery. But the bowler is expected to bowl the ball that is not unfair and dangerous to the batters. So you don't consider your decisions based on the slippery conditions. If it is fit enough to play, if you are allowing them to play, then they are expected to bowl the ball. If it is a dangerous ball, you give the warning. And if first warning you give, if it happens for the second time, dangerous ball, then you remove the bowler.
Perfect.
Okay, then. We'll move on to the next law. And I'm also expecting, I see very good participation from MCA members. Darshpreet is answering, but there are other umpires from previous years attending this session. I hope if you also participate and answer questions or ask questions, that would be great. So now we will go to deliberate front foot no balls. So we know bowlers bowl front foot no balls, but if it is bowled deliberately, then it has some other consequences. The laws now make it an offense to deliberately bowl a front foot no ball, sometimes known as running through the crease, and occasionally used by fast bowlers trying to disrupt or even injure the strikers. If the umpire considers a deliberate front foot no ball has been bowled, the umpire will call and signal no ball. When the ball is dead, instruct the captain of the fielding side to suspend the bowler, and the bowler will not be allowed to bowl in that innings. Inform the other umpire, the batter, and when practicable, the batting side captain, and you follow any other bowler will continue that over. So you call and signal no ball, and also you remove the bowler if they deliberately bowl front foot no balls. Now, time wasting. So this is very important when it comes to match management, especially in limited overs cricket. We have to make sure that the matches happen on time. And time wasting law is one of the tools that can be used to make sure that the players are following the playing on time. There may be many reasons why either team decides it wants to slow down the rate of play. The possible onset of bad weather to save a defeat, or an attempt to restrict further run scoring or wicket-taking opportunities, or trying to prevent another over from an interval would all be obvious examples. It is the umpire's responsibility to ensure that the game progresses smoothly and that the maximum amount of play possible takes place. So always umpire has to make sure that maximum number of overs being played, maximum amount of play has to be played. That is, umpires, even when it comes to calculations, you will see that you will round off the numbers based on that. If the umpires decide play is being unfairly delayed, they shall intervene and apply sanctions as the law prescribes. There are two laws on this subject. 41.9 covers time wasting by the fielding side, and 41.10 covers that by the batting side. So for the fielding side, it is unfair for any fielder to waste any time. If either umpire considers time is being wasted by the fielding side, or progress of play is unnecessarily slow as a consequence of the action of the fielding side, the umpire will act as follows. The ball is in play, call and signal dead ball, inform the other umpire. The bowlers and umpire will inform the fielding captain that this is a first and final warning. The bowlers and umpire will inform the batter of the occurrence. If either umpire considers that a further occurrence of time wasting in the same innings, he or she shall call and signal dead ball and then inform his or her colleague. The bowlers and umpire will then act as follows. If the time wasting has occurred between overs, award 5 penalty runs to the batting side and inform the fielding captain of the reason for this action. Inform the other umpire and batter, and when practicable, the batting side. If time wasting has occurred during the over, direct the fielding captain to immediately suspend the bowler, who will not be allowed to bowl again in that innings. Another bowler will need to complete unfinished over. He or she must not have bowled the previous over and cannot bowl the next. And you follow the reporting procedure. So what happens for the fielding side? You award a 5-run penalty if it is first. Sorry, you give first warning. And if it is a second instance, then you award 5 penalty runs if it is between overs, or you remove the bowler from that innings if it is during the over. So fielding side, you have to remember it happens in 2 different ways. So even for the match ball, you see that you award either 5 penalty runs or you remove the bowler. Again, you are seeing for time waste, the same thing applies. So now we will see time wasting by the batters. It is unfair for batters to waste time. The striker should, in normal circumstances, be ready to receive a delivery by the time the bowler is ready to start his or her run-up. So somebody asked a question. So it is responsibility of the batter to be ready when the bowler is ready to bowl. So if that is not happening, then it can be considered as time waste. If the striker is not ready, or the batter, if the striker is not ready or the batter are delaying play for any reason when the ball is dead, the umpire at the bowler's end shall act as follows. Warn both batter that this is their first and final warning. It will apply throughout the whole innings to the entire team. Consequently, the umpires need to inform each incoming batter of the warning. So this is important. So if you, for a batting team, you once gave warning, you should also inform each incoming batter that already we have given first warning. Any further instances will lead to 5 penalty runs, and inform both the captains when practicable. If there is any further occurrence of time wasting in the same innings, once the ball is dead, the bowlers and umpire shall act as follow for each occurrence. Award 5 penalty runs to the fielding side, inform the other umpire and the fielding side captain, and when practicable, the batting side's captain. And you follow the reporting procedure. So second instance, you have to give 5 penalty runs for time waste.
Law 41, time wasting. My top tip would be for both umpires to be aware of the match situation. If one team is using time wasting as a tactic, it is important that both umpires work closely with that captain to ensure that this doesn't happen.
Yeah, before going to the next law, I want somebody to explain what we have seen. Yes, Ashok?
Yes, sorry. Normally what happens in local playing conditions is sometimes the batsman will take out their gloves because the gloves are wet and so on and so forth. So is this all considered as part of delaying tactics?
So again, it comes to the umpire's judgment. They are the sole judges. So if they are genuinely affected by distracted or affected by something, they can take their time. We cannot do anything. Say shoelace is untied, they have to tie it. We have to give the time for that. But though sometimes people do it repeatedly, and you can based on the actions or when they are doing it, and based on the match situation, you can guess if it is time waste or not. So it will be again both of the umpires together to decide if it is actually time waste or not.
Yeah, normally because they'll come to the non-striker and take their gloves off, run, and the bowler is ready to bowl, and they're still busy putting on their gloves and stuff like that.
Exactly. So generally, what I personally do as a match management, from a match management perspective, if it is taking too much time, then I would unofficially tell them, you cannot take this much time, you should be ready when the bowler is ready. But they are not listening, and they are repeatedly doing that, then I would have to go and officially warn them. And after the official warning, then if they do it again, then there will be penalty runs.
Thank you.
Yeah, it happens sometimes, the batter, they try to break the tempo of the game just to slow down, just so the bowler, he gets some relaxation. It happens sometimes, so it means we have to warn them right away.
Exactly. And always umpire should be aware of the match situation, what is happening, why it is happening. And that's why it's sort of the difficult job. Yeah. Any question? I think Harsh, you have a question? I saw your name.
Yeah. Hi. So I have this question regarding this time. Is it like a specific time? For example, like 15 to 20 seconds, or
there's no time involved. So batter should be ready when the bowler is ready, and the bowler should, when normally be ready and come to bowl. So unnecessarily, if they are slowing down the game, you have to judge. There is no specific time that you see, 1 second, 5 seconds, 1 minute, nothing like that. So you see and you judge you or your partner judges based on how the game is going on.
okay. Usually, like I've seen, like it's like from 10 to 15 seconds they take between like the balls are being delivered. But sometimes it is more. So in that case, like if bowler is complaining to umpire that batsman is taking more time to get ready, more than like the usual, like more than 10 to 15 seconds, what should be the ideal situation in that case? What should be the approximate like time? Because
So
you know,
when the bowler is ready, the batter should be ready. That is what the law says.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Thanks.
Yes. Okay.
Thanks, Navneeth, for clarifying this. It's Sajid here. I
Yes.
just want to chime in on this because you might have heard a lot of MCA folks, because without naming names, we have a classic example in MCA where this one individual from a club can, come up with multiple reasons, whether it's cleaning the pitch to taking off the gloves being wet, you name it. Any excuse that exists in, hypothetically might come up. And we all know it's a deliberate attempt. So the only thing that I wanted to point out here, based on you've already clarified it thoroughly, but the only thing that I wanted to add here in terms of the penalty runs, if this is continuing, you can continue to award penalty runs if the batsman's disregarding the umpire or doing it repeatedly. So I just wanted to make sure that everybody is on the same page along those lines.
Exactly. So first instance, so yeah, I want to ask if somebody can explain, as we saw, what is the penalty for time waste by a fielding side? I want somebody to explain. Quick gist of what is the penalty for time waste by fielding side?
So it's a 5 runs, right?
First warning.
Yes, you give first warning.
And then it's a 5 runs. So, for example, if the batting side do it again, so it's going to be again 5 penalty
I'm
runs?
asking about fielding side. I'm asking about fielding side. What will you do if a fielding side wastes time? Anybody? Any cricket Quebec umpires?
Calling their names. You see Partha is there.
Yeah, call Partha.
Unmute your microphone and answer this question. There.
Sorry, Rahul. What were you saying?
So I'm asking, what is the penalty? What action you will take if there is a time waste by a fielding side?
Like in between the overs?
Yeah, what happens if it is between the overs?
Like I first try to warn them, and then in the second instance, I'll award the penalty runs.
So first instance, you warn them, and second instance, you award 5 penalty runs if it is between the overs or if it is during the over. What happens if it is during the over?
If during the over, so I'll first check the time. So depending on the time, if the over is not done yet, so I'll award the penalty runs for that over, and according to the time for the remaining of the over as well. Like if in case if we have
overrate
20 minutes
calculation
left.
that comes under playing condition. So what you do is, for a fielding side, you give first warning that applies to the whole team, and for the if there is a second instance, you give a 5-run penalty if it is between the overs, or if it is happening during the over. There is a time waste, then you remove that bowler who is bowling, and they cannot bowl further in that match, in that innings.
Just to clarify, there is a first warning to make sure that they don't do it. But if they keep doing it, there is an penalty runs plus the bowler, or they lose the bowler as well. And they have to come up with another bowler who hasn't bowled the previous over or is not planning to bowl the next over as well. So all these things are a part of an umpire's job. And if next bowler comes and does the same thing, the warning is already there enforced, right? So the same thing can happen again. The 5 penalty runs and the bowler will also be taken out.
No. It's either 5 penalty runs or the bowler will be taken out.
Right. So you do
between
that.
the overs, it is 5 penalty runs. If it is
Yes.
during the over, the bowler will be taken out. No penalty runs at that time.
Yes. So
So if it's
you have
a
to be
complete
careful, like
fault
when
of,
you write.
even though if it's a complete fault, like if there's no fault from the
Yeah,
bowler as well, so bowler will be
it
taken out.
doesn't matter if the bowler is at wrong or not, but bowler will face the consequence.
Yeah.
Yes, Pratik. Thank you, Pratha. Pratik, you have a question? I don't hear you, Pratik.
Remember is like the fielding team has 4 minutes or a part of 4 minutes to finish there. So deliberately wasting time. So when the batsman is ready, the bowler should bowl the delivery, and the bowler when they are ready, batsman should be ready to face that ball as well. There is no wasting time there. And as umpires, you are the sole judges of whether they are doing it deliberately or not. And then there are provisions to do that, as just Navneeth is explaining. So
So
Rahul,
will change.
sorry, Naveen, I have one thing,
Yes.
Okay, it's for the fielding side, so we see, we remove the bowler. And if the second bowler does the same thing, we remove him too. What about the batting side? If batting side, okay, we give them the first warning, and then the next time we give them 5 penalty runs to the fielding side. And if the batter does it again, then are we going to remove the batter, or are we going to give again five penalty runs?
It is just 5 penalty runs for the batting side.
I just want to make sure, that we are not.
Yeah.
So it
So
means if he does 10 times, 10 times 5 penalty runs.
how many times they are making the
Because we have some very exceptionals in our league. They don't care. They just waste the time for no reason. So I just want to make sure if happens, so it means they learn a lesson, right?
Yeah,
if they don't care about what you are doing as an umpire, they're not even concerned about their team losing 5 runs at every single instance, right? So if they don't care, why do you even you just enforce the law as many times as needed? And if they're okay with 10 instances, like 50 runs, they have to they have to score that many runs, right? So
Got it. Thanks, Rahul.
you just don't have to worry about them.
Partha raised his hand.
Yeah, are there can there be any kind of instances that wherein we award the matches because
We've
of
seen awarding, because of time. It is not related to time waste. I mean, if the player is refusing to play, then there can be awarding match. But are you asking about anything specifically?
Yeah, in case if let's consider wherein he bowls a bowler bowls a ball, and then deliberately he's wasting some time, so we take him out. So that's been a continuous scenario with the team. So are there any such instances that we could award the matches irrespective of giving penalty runs for 3 to 4 times, and then the time is running through, and then you get what I'm saying? Or
You say that you remove 7 bowlers, then they'll not have enough bowlers to play.
It's to play, right?
Then you award the match, I guess. I mean,
Match award itself.
yeah, but there is no match. Yeah, they don't come to play, and their opponent wins. It's a bizarre situation, but there is no awarding of match when it comes to unfair play of regarding time waste. So we don't have to confuse regarding that. All you have to do is you award 5 penalty runs if it is between the overs after the first warning. That is between the overs, 5 penalty runs, or remove the bowler if it is during the over. So that is what you have to remember. So next is I want somebody to answer about batting team wasting time. What do you have to do if batting team wasting time? Anybody?
Yeah, if batting team is wasting the time, you have to give them first warning, and then after that, each next batter you have to tell them there is a warning already officially given, and if any one of them waste the time, it's a 5 penalty run. No matter how many times it does, it's always 5 penalty runs.
Perfect answer. Yeah. And always all unfair play, you have to follow the reporting procedure. So, okay, then we'll move on to damaging the pitch, which covers law 41.1 There is 11 to 15. The umpires need to monitor the whole pitch to ensure that neither fielder nor batter cause avoidable damage to it. The word avoidable is key in this law. There are times when it is absolutely necessary to be on the pitch. Fielders may have to go onto the pitch to field or catch the ball. Batter must be on the pitch in order to receive a delivery and set off for a run, whilst bowler need a few strides in their follow-through to get off the pitch. In addition, there is a special area of the pitch that is called protected area. Bowlers must avoid running into the protected area in their follow-through. Strikers are not allowed to make a mark or take their stands in or close to the protected area and must move away from it when running. In addition, while running between the wicket, the batter must be careful not to cause avoidable damage to the pitch and must run off it.
Damaging the pitch. Deliberately damaging the pitch is illegal and can be costly to the guilty player's side. A bowler will be deemed to be causing deliberate damage if the umpire considers that his or her presence on the protected area of the pitch, shown here in red, is without reasonable cause. This can be after delivering the ball, or, if the bowler fails to release the ball, after the completion of the delivery swing and delivery stride. The first offence will receive a caution, the second a final warning, and if the bowler does it again, he or she will be suspended from bowling for the rest of the innings and may well face disciplinary action after the match. For fielders and batsmen, it is the whole pitch that they must not damage, not just the protected area. If any fielder causes deliberate damage to the pitch, he or she will face a similar caution and be reported to the captain. If there is a repeat offence by any fielder during that innings, 5 runs are awarded to the batting side. Finally, if either batsman causes deliberate damage to the pitch, the batsman will be given a first and final warning and told this practice is unfair. This warning will apply through the innings and each incoming batsman will be warned. Should this happen again, the umpire will disallow all runs from that delivery, other than the penalty for a no ball or wide. Furthermore, the umpire will award 5 penalty runs to the fielding side, return the batsmen to their original ends, inform both captains, and the offending player may well face disciplinary action after the match. If you're in any doubt, refer to Law 41.
So there is something called protected area, and I don't know if it is level 2 or level 3. This they were asking one of the. It can be asked what is the protected area dimensions of protected area. So it is 5 feet in front of the popping crease and 1 feet from either side of the stumps. So you mark from the middle stump 1 feet on this side and the other side, and 5 feet in front of the popping crease. In the area red that is marked, this is called as protected area. So we'll see fielder damaging the pitch. It is unfair for fielders to cause avoidable damage to the pitch, and they must not go onto the pitch without reasonable cause, such as to field the ball or take a catch. Examples of avoidable damage to the pitch would include fielders standing in a huddle on the pitch when celebrating taking a wicket or walking across the pitch between overs. If an umpire sees such avoidable damage when the ball is dead, he or she shall inform the other umpire. The bowlers and umpire will then inform the fielding side's captain that this is the team's first and final warning, which will apply throughout the innings. Inform the batter of the occurrence. If a further instance occurs of the fielding side causing an avoidable damage to this pitch, the umpire will again inform his or her colleague. The bowlers and umpire will then award 5 penalty runs to the batting side, inform the fielding side and captains, and follow the reporting procedures. So what happens if fielder damages the pitch? If there will be a first and final warning that will apply for the whole innings. And Thus, from the second instance, you award 5 penalty runs to the batting side. So we talked about fielders. If it is a bowler during the bowling, there is a different different approach for that, different penalty for that. So it is unfair for the bowler to enter the protected area in his or her follow through, whether the ball is delivered or not. However, the bowler can enter the protected area to field the ball or to take a catch.
Here, the bowler has transgressed into the protected area for the third time in an innings. Having already received 2 warnings, after the third incursion, he must not bowl again during that innings.
So you see that in the protected area,
here the bowler has transgressed into the.
You see, Jimmy Anderson was stepping into the protected area, and so there will be 2 warnings. And after the second warning, if there is a third instance, the bowler will be removed for that innings. We'll again see what in detail what is the penalty. If the bowler does enter the protected area without justification, when the ball is dead, the umpire will caution the bowler. This caution will apply to that bowler throughout the whole innings. Advise the other umpire, the fielding side's captain, and the batter. If in the same innings, the same bowler commits the same offense, the umpire will repeat the procedure and inform everyone that this is the final warning. So generally, all of the offenses gets 1 warning. Only for this, as far as I know, only this gets 2 warnings. So there is a first warning, and then there is a second warning, which is the final warning. And if there is a third instance that happens, direct the captain of the fielding side to immediately suspend the bowler, who will not be allowed to bowl again in that innings. Inform the other umpire, the batters, and batting side, and complete the over with a different bowler, but not bowl consecutive overs. Then follow the reporting procedures. So we have seen what happens if fielder damages the pitch. We have seen what happens if bowler damages the pitch. Now we are going to see what happens if batter is damaging the pitch. It is unfair for the batter to cause avoidable damage to the pitch. If the striker enters the protected area in playing or playing at the ball, he or she must move from it immediately after completing his or her shot, and neither batter should be on the pitch without reasonable cause. Batter may make repairs to the pitch using their bats to tap down indentations, but must not beat the pitch with their bats. Whilst making these repairs, batter should strive to avoid standing in the protected area. Note, there is now a separate offense of a striker taking stands in or close to the protected area. This is covered later in this module, and has a different warning procedure to the batter damaging the pitch. So if either umpire considers either batter has caused avoidable damage to the pitch, when the ball is dead, shall inform his or colleague, the bowlers and umpires shall warn both batter that this is unfair and that this is their first and final warning. The warning will apply throughout the innings, and this is a team offense. The umpire will advise each incoming batter. So again, the umpire has to remember that here there will be a first warning, and you have to inform each incoming batter that this offense has been made, and you have to so that they know that there is already first warnings in place for damaging the pitch. Inform the captain of the fielding side, and when practicable, the batting side's captain. If there is a further instance of avoidable damage to the pitch by either batters, the umpire that has seen the offense shall, when the ball is dead, inform his or colleague. The bowlers and umpire shall then disallow all runs to the batting side. Return any not out batter to their original ends. Signal wide or no ball if applicable. Award 5 penalty runs to the fielding side and any other 5 run penalty that may apply. Inform the captains and follow the reporting procedure. So if it happens during the play, you have to disallow all the runs from that ball and return any not out batter to their original ends. There can be wicket, run out, or anything like that. So you return the not out batter to their original end and signal wide or no ball or any other penalties that will apply, and award 5 penalty runs to the fielding side. and you follow the informing procedures. So this is what you do if the batter is damaging the pitch.
My top tip for law 41, damaging the pitch. Keep an eye on the batsmen running between the wickets so that they do not run on the pitch and especially not on the protected area.
And striker stands or marking his or her guard. Sometimes some batters go further down the wicket to mark their guards. There are restrictions in place. The striker may not adopt a stance or mark his or her guard in or unreasonably close to the protected area. We saw the protected area, which is 5 feet from the popping crease. An umpire must decide, taking the striker's position into account, whether frequent encroachment into the protected area is inevitable. So we should also make sure where they are standing. If they're standing too close to the protected area, in such a way that every time they play, it will affect the protected area, that cannot be allowed. A striker taking stance on the popping crease and looking 2 strides down the pitch to play the ball is allowable, as is a striker standing just out of his or her ground. What is not allowed is when the striker stands a few feet out of the crease so that a single stride forward will put a foot into the protected area. If the striker adopts such a position, if the bowler has not entered his or her delivery stride, either umpire will call and signal dead ball and inform the other umpire. If the bowler has entered his or her delivery stride, the umpire noticing the offence waits until the ball is dead before informing the other umpire. The bowlers and umpire will warn both batters that this is unfair and this is their first and final warning. This warning will apply throughout the innings, and this is a team offence. The umpire will advise each incoming batters. Inform the captains. If there is any further breach, either umpire will call dead ball if the bowler has entered his or her delivery stride, or wait until the ball is dead and inform the other umpire. The bowlers and umpire shall disallow all runs to the batting side except the 1-run penalty for a wide or no ball. Return any not out batter to their original ends. Repeat signal for wide or no ball if applicable. Award 5 penalty runs to the fielding side and any other 5 penalty run that may apply. Inform the captain of the fielding sides. Follow the reporting procedures. So if that happens, in the second instance, you disallow all the runs from that ball, return not out batter to the original end, award 5 penalty runs and other penalty runs. So before going to the next law, we'll see a quick recap to check the understanding of these laws. So can somebody explain what do you do if fielder damages the pitch? So we saw fielder damaging the pitch, bowler damaging the pitch, batters damaging the pitch. Tell me what happens when fielder damages the pitch.
Give them first and final warning.
Okay.
And then you also have to let the skipper know that you have to let all the fielders they cannot damage the pitch, and you have to give the 5 penalty runs if they do it again.
You communicate with the captain. Captain is responsible to inform other fielders. Yeah, so if second instance happens, what do you do?
You give the 5 penalty runs in the favor of
batting side.
The batting side.
Yeah, you give 5 penalty runs. Thank you. So what happens if a bowler damages the pitch while bowling?
It's almost the same thing. Just you have to tell that captain to let all the batsmen know that if the next time it happens, that there will be consequences to pay, and it will be warning for everyone.
You don't have to do any. You don't have to inform captain doesn't have to inform batters. So bowler damaging the pitch, what is the consequence?
Okay.
Anybody?
Yeah, I think the first we have to
in the video.
Yeah, first we warn the bowler, I think, and the second, I think he cannot continue a ball if his offense is do again. And of course, we have to inform the captain and the body.
Anybody else?
Third time he will be out of the inning.
Anybody else? Any cricket Quebec umpires? I want more elaborate answer on bowler damaging the pitch. I see two hands raised, Partha and Dashpreet. Partha, answer?
First, you directly warn the captain, and then you that's applicable whole throughout the innings, and then if he does that again, he will be removed off from the bowling.
No. Anybody else? Dashpreet, you can answer.
There is a two warning when a bowler damaging the pitch.
Yeah.
First warning and second is the final warning. After that, it's gonna be 5 run and gonna be inform captain to remove the bowler.
There is no 5 run when.
Okay. The
When
bowler gonna be removed.
either it will be 5 penalty runs or removing the bowlers. Most of the situation, if it is changing the ball or time waste or damaging the pitch, it's either 5 run penalty or the bowler is being removed. So what happens is, so damaging. How do you define damaging the pitch when it comes to bowler?
He goes in the red area, red zone area.
Protected area, exactly.
Yeah.
So protected area is 5 feet in front of the popping crease and 1 feet wide on both sides of the middle stump. So that is like 2 feet wide. So if the bowler goes into the popping crease, then you give them first warning for the whole innings, and you give again second warning. This is the occasion where you give 2 warnings, and the bowler get 2 warnings. And when it happens the third time, you remove that bowler, and that bowler cannot bowl in that innings. Thank you.
It must be the same bowler or any other bowler.
Yeah, same bowler. No, each bowler get 2 warnings.
Each bowler get 2 warnings. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Thank you.
And yeah, so now we will somebody answer. What if a batter is damaging the pitch? What you will have to do? Anybody? Batter damaging the pitch? Is Jayant on the call?
I think we start with the warning.
Okay.
And then there's a plenty runs.
Mm-hmm.
And I think if we continue doing each time, like you mentioned that, even he doing that 5 times, we can give the 5 runs to that.
So there is a first warning, first and
Yeah.
final warning, and that warning applies to the whole team. So what do? Whenever there is a batter incoming, you have to let the batter know that there is already warning in place.
Yes.
This you do for time waste also. This you are doing for damaging the pitch also. So if there is a damaging the pitch warning, whenever the batter comes in, you have to inform the batter that there is already first and final warning given. So then when the second instance happens, what you will do?
The 5 run, right? Is that the correct?
Yeah, 5 runs. What else you will do? Harsh, you want to answer?
Yeah, it's a 5 run penalty after the warning.
Okay, what else you do?
Can we remove the batsman from the ground?
No, you don't remove the batter. So that plays the ball, they run 2 runs, but while running the run, they damage the pitch. This is the second instance. What do you do?
You give 5 penalty runs to the bowlers.
You give
We
5
give
penalty
5
runs
penalty runs to the bowler, and all the runs they have made will be null and void, and they have to go back to their stances where they were before.
Exactly. So you disallow all the runs, and you return any not out batter to their original ends. So that is important. And you avoid no ball or wide that will be there, any other penalties that will be there, that will be applicable.
Okay. And even if there is a chance of out, we let that happen, meanwhile, right?
Yeah, that's why we say any not out batter return to their original end. So if it's out, there is a run out is applicable, or any other out, it is applicable. Okay, then we'll move on to non-striker leaving his or her ground early. and batter stealing a run. So non-striker leaving his or her ground early is already covered because run out. It comes under run out now. You saw a video Rahul was taking. So when non-striker leaving their ground early, they are allowed to be out run out, and that we have seen already. This video also you saw today.
Here, the non-strike.
Law 41.
So now we'll see batter stealing a run. So it's unfair play, and we'll see what are the consequences. It is unfair for the batter to steal a run during the bowler's run-up. This is when both batters start to run before the bowler has delivered the ball, instead of the non-striker remaining in his or her ground and the striker waiting to receive the delivery. So it's a very unique situation. It doesn't generally happen, but sometimes it can happen where the bowler is trying to bowl, but both batters start to run before the bowler delivers the ball. So that is called stealing a run, and it's unfair, and it has penalties that we will see. What you do is, unless the bowler attempts to run out either batter, which is allowed under law 38 run out, then the bowlers and umpires shall call and signal dead ball as soon as the batter crosses in the attempted run. Inform the other umpire, return the batter to their original end, award 5 penalty runs to the fielding side. Then you inform the captains and follow the reporting procedures. So if there is a stealing of run, then you call and signal dead ball, and you will award 5 penalty runs. So this is the last law of penalty runs. It discusses about scoring of penalty runs. Penalty runs are awarded when either side transgresses certain laws, normally when there has been an incident involving unfair play. Amongst other things, this could be more for time wasting, distraction, or damaging the pitch. The umpire will signal the penalty to the scorer. Score sheets have separate section to record these runs. Apart from one exception, the ball hitting a fielder's unworn helmet on the ground, they will all result in a report being made by the umpires to the authority responsible for the game. So ball hitting the helmet, you don't have to do any reporting. All other cases, you have to report the incident. It was considered unfair play. You have to report the case to your governing body, and they might take a disciplinary action on the player. Any question? I think Hassan raised his hand.
Yes, sir. You just mentioned stealing a run.
Yes.
For example, if it's a normal cricket going on, the normal delivery going on,
okay,
and the keeper actually dropped the ball towards like a slip or any other area, so they try to attempt the run. What do you consider that stealing run? No.
No, that is a vice. So stealing run happens before the bowler bowls the ball.
Before the ball bursts.
Yeah, before the bowler is bowling, you just run. Say 1 run to win in the match. I just need the run. I don't have to hit the ball. So before the bowling, I just start running to complete the run. Then that is stealing a run.
Okay, well done. That's no run actually. Anyway.
Yeah, you will not get run, and 5 penalty runs to the batting side. Sorry, bowling side.
Bowling side.
Yeah.
If it's the second innings, what will happen then? Deducting?
Same. It doesn't matter which innings. If it is a second innings, still the target from 200, it will become, if 200 they scored, their score will become 205.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So we'll see signals for this penalty runs. For batting side, you do this tapping. And for fielding side, you just keep it there. There is no tapping. So batter hit the ball, so you tap. That is a way to remember. For fielding side, you just keep it on the shoulder. So that comes.
So it means when we tap, so the 5 penalty runs are given to batting side, right?
Yeah. So batting side will take 5 runs.
Yes.
So these are just, okay, we'll go through anyway. Penalty runs for the ball hitting a fielding team's helmet on the ground are only awarded if runs would have been allowed of that delivery. Consequently, 5 penalty runs for the ball hitting the helmet will not be scored. So these are the situations when 5 penalty runs will not be scored if the ball hits the helmet. Leg byes would not have been awarded due to no attempt to hit or avoid the ball. Say deliberate padding, this will not be allowed. The injured striker's runner had injured striker we will leave since that is not applicable anymore. If followed a lawful second strike by the striker. So we saw hit the ball twice. There is a lawful second strike. If the batter trying to prevent the wicket hits the ball, but the ball goes to the helmet, there is no penalty, 5 runs for that. Any of laws 18.5, 41.14, 41.15 apply. So whenever the batter is making some mistake, then you will not penalize that bowling team for the ball hitting the helmet. Deliberate short run, batter damaging the pitch, striker in the protected area. These are the situation. Even when the ball hits the helmet, you will not give 5 penalty runs for that situation. Penalty runs are scored in addition to any runs scored from the delivery and any other penalties, such as for no ball or a wide. Any question, Parth? Oh, okay. So if penalty runs are awarded to the batting side, they are immediately added when the ball is dead as penalty extras. Batter do not change ends solely as a result of the 5 penalty runs. So there will not be any changing ends because of awarding penalty runs, just because of that. If awarded to the fielding side, they are added to the most recently completed innings. As you have asked, what if it is a second innings? If it will be added to the most recently completed innings. Or if they have not yet batted at the commencement of their innings, or it will be next innings if they have not yet batted. Apart from one exception, when the ball strikes on an unknown element belonging to the fielding side under 28.3, all awards of penalty runs under this law will result in report being issued after the match by the umpires that we saw. We'll see some reflective questions. How many warnings are to be issued before a bowler is suspended for deliberately bowling high full pitch deliveries? Anybody?
There are no warnings, I think, for a high full pitch. You like immediately an offense.
For high full pitch, no warnings? What did you say? Can you repeat?
Yeah.
When don't you give warning?
We should before like in this case like the deliberate high full pitch deliveries.
It is a deliberate, that is the important one.
Yeah.
Deliberate high full pitch deliveries, there is no warning. What if it is not deliberate?
No, then you have to warn.
You have to see if it is dangerous. You give first warning if it is dangerous, and second time you remove the bowler.
Yeah.
Thank you. A new bowler comes on at your end. His or her first delivery is a medium-paced ball, which does not pitch and passes well wide of the striker at chest height. You are certain that this was accidental. What should the umpire do? So now it's a accidental full toss above the waist of the stump. Is the split?
I think it's just a no ball.
Action.
It's a no. It's A, B, or C.
B.
There's no action.
Yeah, it's a call a no ball and take no further.
So you have to call a no ball. So that is not A then. So it's B or C.
B.
Sorry, B.
Yeah, you call a no ball, but take no further action. Why don't you take action?
Because it's not dangerous.
Because it was an accident, nothing deliberate, you know.
Exactly. Not about deliberate. It is not dangerous. When it is dangerous, then only you give warning.
You're right.
The bowler delivers a slow ball which passes without pitching above waist height but below shoulder height of the striker standing upright at the popping crease. The umpire deems it neither deliberate nor dangerous, and it is the first such delivery of the innings. What action shall umpire take? Anyone?
It's A, call or no ball.
Similar situation like last question. Call no ball. Because it is not dangerous, you don't take any action. That is no warning. So that comes to the end of law 41. I know it is a pretty big law, but you have to remember, as the sheet that I have said, you can keep it with you and it will assist you during the matches. But yeah, you have to remember it for examination purposes, especially level 2 and level 3. We'll quickly see law 42. Players conduct. So players conduct is newly added law. It gives power to the umpires to take action when there is inappropriate action from the players, and some playing conditions does not have some of the players conduct, and depending on your playing condition, you can decide if it is applicable or not. We will see
Law
quickly
42.
about law 42. No, it's 152. Maybe I'll try to finish before 2:15, hopefully. If a player does something that either umpire thinks is unacceptable, the umpires are required to act. They should follow a process which will ensure that they act as the law requires. We will learn about each step in the process as we progress through this law. So this flow chart shows the process. Yes, Hassan?
Yes, sorry, I think I missed that. The dangerous bowling.
Okay.
So is that on the first, warning, or how many, warning we can give, on the, if the dangerous ball up above the waist high, yeah. So it's
above the waist full toss. If you think it is dangerous, you give first warning, and second warning you remove the bowler.
Okay, but it's also no ball, right? The first one.
Yeah, both are no balls.
Both are no ball.
Yeah. First one is also no ball.
And we remove him on the first or second?
You remove the bowler after the second no ball.
After the second ball. Okay. All right.
Yeah. And this is if it is not a deliberate no ball, if it is accidental. If the bowler is angry, threatening the batter, shouting at the batter, then charging in and bowling a beamer to their head, you remove the bowler immediately. It's a no ball. You remove the bowler immediately. There will not be any warning for
And
deliberate.
also, I like to, yes, sir. Thank you very much. I also like to add the shoulder, what you call this short ball in T20 and in ODI. How many for T20 and how many for the ODI allow?
So we are seeing loss, but it is important to know the playing conditions. So I'll explain. In playing conditions, if it is a T20, the bouncer is above the shoulder. So how above the shoulder? How do you see it? The batter standing straight at the popping crease. At the crease, batter standing straight. You have to see the height. If it is going above the shoulder, you give first bouncer, first warning. And if it is a second bouncer in the same over, it's a no ball. So one bouncer
in T20. That's in T20.
In T20. And in ODI, you are allowed to bowl two bouncers. And third bouncer will be a no ball in a ODI match.
All right. I appreciate that. I just like to add that, because I don't.
No problem. Thank you.
Navneeth, sorry to just request on the thing, so it means the batter when he take a stance on a popping, doesn't matter he's in the crease or even he's like 5-6 centimeter inches away from the crease.
Yeah.
It means where he takes his stance, that's the time where we're gonna calculate is it above the head or not, right?
Oh no, it doesn't matter where the batter takes stance. You always see for the purpose of no ball, you always judge from at the crease, standing upright.
Okay.
So when the ball is crossing the crease, what is the height of the ball? That is what you have to see.
So it means it doesn't matter the batsman is standing away from the crease. So we have to imagine in our mind if he's on the crease, that's the perfect height, right?
Yeah. Well, it doesn't matter where the batter stands or where the batter plays the ball.
Yeah, because sometimes the batter complains, "Oh, no, I'm standing here and it goes above me," But although he's standing 1 foot away from the popping crease, so it doesn't matter, right?
Doesn't matter. Yeah.
Perfect.
So if a player has done something you think is unacceptable, immediately call dead ball. unless this disadvantages the non-offending team, in which case wait until the ball becomes dead. What you do? Calling and signaling dead ball. So you have to call it dead ball whenever you think something unacceptable has happened. After that, what you do is collect the ball from the fielding team. So this is very important. So whenever something is happening, even if it is an injury or something like that, if the play is not taking place, you collect the ball from the fielding team immediately, so that there is no damage to the ball, that's unfair damage to the ball. Then talk to your colleague and together decide the severity of the unacceptable behavior. So the severity of the behavior can be level 1, 2, 3, or 4 offense. We will see what are the offenses now. So you have to talk to your partner, and you both have to come to an agreement what level of offense is this. So level 1 offense. So to categorize level 1 offense: abuse of the ground equipment, appealing, obscene and offensive and insulting language and gestures. These are the ways you can do level 1 offenses. We will see in detail what are those. Abuse of the ground or equipment: deliberately hitting the stumps, deliberately throwing the bat, willful damage to the ground, willful damage to the dressing room or windows. So even dressing room or windows is out. This is out of the playing field. Still, it counts. Willful damage to the side screen or other equipment. These are all level 1 offenses. Appealing: when a player or players appeal, they may well be excited, hoping the batter will be given out. This excitement needs to be constrained, giving respect to the umpire. Running towards the umpire, sustained appealing from a single delivery, or using aggressive language or gestures while appealing is a level 1 offense. So how you appeal is also important. That can also be coming under level 1 offense if it is too aggressive or you are charging towards the umpires, etc. Players will often doubt and sometimes question the correctness of an umpire's decision, and some level of expression of disappointment should be expected and tolerated. The laws only require an umpire to answer the question: is either batter out, with one of 2 actions, either saying not out or giving the batter out. If asked politely and reasonably, most umpires will provide some reason for their decision. However, players showing or expressing their disappointment forcibly, continuing to argue with the umpire, or refusing to immediately accept and act on the decision, for example, a batter not leaving the field of play, are all level 1 offenses, or even level 2 if they are considered to be a serious dissent. So refusing to leave, these can showing dissent is, if it's minor, it's a level 1 offense. Serious dissent could be a level 2 offense.
Law 42 empowers umpires to act upon any unacceptable conduct. This bowler, having been told that his appeal for a catch is unsuccessful, kicks over a stump. This fits the level 1 offence of willfully mistreating any part of the cricket ground, equipment or implements used in the match. But it warrants stronger punishment. Under the level 2 offence of serious dissent by word or action, which results in 5 penalty runs immediately being awarded to the batting side.
We will see what are the consequences of these offenses. So as you see in this video, this is both damaging the equipment, but also it's a serious dissent. Also obscene, offensive or insulting language and gestures. So this can be coming under level 1 offense based on the seriousness. And if it is too serious, too aggressive, it can also be a level 2 or even higher offenses. Yes, Hassan?
Yes, I heard something like about cards, red and yellow, something is introduced about if it's going more
There is
than
no
away.
red or yellow card. So this maybe somebody could have explained it to understand. So this is similar to football or soccer, where you have red and yellow card for the offenses. Similar offenses, you have different types of penalties, which is level 1, 2, or 3, or 4. For what are the penalties that we will see? Sometimes you will remove a player, sometimes you award penalty runs, that we are going to see. But there is
Okay,
no.
what
There is
I
just.
like to. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
we will see the signals.
And what condition we can remove the player from the ground? Like when the umpire feel it's like not safe anymore, or
I'll explain. We'll cover that in level 3 and 4 offenses.
Okay.
So we saw what are the level 1 offenses, which is appealing, damaging, affecting the equipment or obscene language. We'll see these are the level 2 offenses, which is inappropriate and deliberate physical contact. If there's a physical contact, that's a minimum level 2 offense. Throwing the ball at someone, obscene language or gestures aimed at someone. So inappropriate and deliberate physical contact, we'll see a video. So we saw deliberate distraction of the striker or batter. This comes under deliberate distraction of the batter, but we also saw during that we should check if it's a law 42 offense, player's conduct. It also comes under player's conduct because there is an inappropriate physical contact. We can see that the bowler was charging at the batter and hitting the batter. So we'll award penalty runs for that, and also they'll face the consequence for level 2 offense. Yes, Harsh?
Yeah, just a request if you can replay the video.
Yes. You look at the bowler, he'll change direction and he'll go hit the batter. He's shouldering the batter. But these are all, like, you have to be very careful at deciding which is if it's willful or not and what is happening. Should always be alert. That's why umpiring comes with a lot of responsibility. Throwing the ball at someone is also inappropriate.
This player has thrown the ball at another person in an inappropriate or dangerous manner. Under Law 42, this is a level 2 offence, and the opposing team will be awarded 5 penalty runs.
And obscene language, if it's serious, it can be.
Come on, what an over from Shane Warne. Grab some people. They grab some more people.
He's pulling his t-shirt, it can also come under inappropriate physical contact. So it's definitely a level 2 offense. We'll see what is level 3 offense. Level 3 is intimidating an umpire or threatening to assault another player, team, official, or spectator. So that any act by a player short of violence which is intimidating towards an umpire is a level 3 offense. Examples would be moving threateningly into the umpire's personal space, moving towards an umpire in a threatening manner, or using a language which is aimed at intimidating umpires. So these are all intimidating an umpire. This is a very serious offense. The player will be removed temporarily. We'll see the consequences later, but this is a level 3 offense. Threatening to assault another player, team, official, or spectator. Any physical gesture or language which threatens an assault on the specified individual is a level 3 offense. Level 4 is the most serious offense, which involves threaten to assault an umpire, make inappropriate and deliberate physical contact with an umpire, physically assaulting a player on any other person, commit any other act of violence. So violence is very serious offense. This will come under level 4 offenses. So we have seen what are, this is
started very wide, but hit the crack and gone even further astray after it's pitched. Again full and again flicked away on the leg side. Hello, hello. My goodness. Lily really did ask for that, and that's really very silly. Javed meandered. Hello. My goodness. Well, this is absolutely disgraceful. It really is absolutely stupid. I cannot understand. Lily actually asked for that. He encroached upon Javed Miandad's line, and we very nearly had ourselves a fight on the ground. I really think that that's very silly, and I think that Greg Chappell is actually having a pretty harsh word there with Dennis Lilly.
I sincerely hope so, because that was a terrible thing to see on the cricket field. It really is taking antagonism far too far. I'm glad to see Greg Chappell come into that. And as you can see, really there, aiming a kick at Javed Miandad, and Miandad aiming to hit Lily with the bat. And umpire Crafter here doing a very good job.
That was the second part of that incident. In fact, I would suggest that it was started by Lily on this occasion. Lily gets his hands up and, in fact, moves backwards now to get into Javed Miandad's way, I think. Javed Miandad prepared to go around him. Lily moving across into his way. Now, remember, Javed Miandad's out of his crease there. Lily sticking the shoulder into Miandad, and, of course, Miandad pushing him because he's got to get into...
So it's an unfortunate incident. It's very good to see that umpire intervening at the right time, and also Greg Chappell doing a great job. Captain is responsible for the spirit of the game and fairness of the play, and they should be very strong and talking to their players what to do and what not to do. And also general advice what they give for umpires is your safety is also very important. You should judge, you should feel safe enough to do what that umpire was doing, then you do that. And also you have to decide when you are intervening. So if it is too soon, then that they will be in that anger and that might come on to you. And if it is too late, something bad could have happened. So you should make sure that you intervene at the right time. So level 4 offense is a very serious offense. We have seen what is level 1, 2, 3, and 4 offenses, and we'll see what are the consequences of these offenses. Yes, Deshan.
Yeah, Navneeth, you as a senior umpire, right? You're not officiating the match, but you witness dissent during a game.
Okay.
Is it in your capacity to report or take action?
See, as an umpiring coordinator, I'll have a word with the umpire of what to do, and it is not my place to involve in a match, irrespective of me being a senior umpire or being umpiring coordinator. I am not going to interfere with the match if I'm not part of the match. So, as well as like umpires are the sole judges of fair and unfair play, and this is the process of making sure that our umpires are qualified enough to make that judgment. I'm sure it is not a very easy job to do, but slowly, with the experience and with the knowledge they have, they can handle these situations. And we are trying to equip the umpires to handle their situation on their own, but it is, of course, it is their job to handle this situation or report this situation to the governing body.
Okay.
Thank you. So what happens is you collect the ball, you initially call dead ball, you collect the ball, you call time if necessary. Why do you call time? Is after time there cannot be nothing else can happen. You cannot appeal for a wicket or something. So you call time. So then you consult with your partner. You have to talk to captain. So in this case, you have to if necessary, you call the batting captain to come inside and have a word. So generally, strikers act as a captain to make any decision, to forego drinks or something like that. But for the sole purpose, you have to call the captain to come inside, and you have word with both the captains. And you award the penalties as per the offense. We'll see what to do if it's a level 1, 2, or the other offenses. Sorry. So level 1 offense. So what happens is, if it's a first instance for level 1 offense, you give, assuming it's first instance of a problem, of a problem with the behavior, the umpires will advise the captain that this is the first and final warning. You give first and final warning for a level 1 offense. If there is any other level 1 offense again, or any other offense, this will be applied throughout the innings, and they'll get 5 penalty runs for further offenses for a level 1 offense. What to do? What to do if it's a level 2 offense? If it's a level 2 offense, there is no warning at all. You immediately give 5 runs penalty. And you say that even if there is any further level 1 offense or any other offense, there will be 5 run penalties. So level 1 offense, you have first and final warning. Second instant, that is a 5 run penalty. For level 2, directly 5 run penalty. And further level 1 offenses will also lead to 5 run penalty. And if it's a level 3 offense, what do you do? A player who has committed a level 3 offense is required to be removed from the field of play for a predetermined period of time. So if it's a level 3 offense, you remove the player from the field of play who committed the offense. The umpire will ask the captain to tell the player that it is what required, and it is the captain's responsibility to inform his or her player. So inform the captain, and the captain has to remove the player from the field. Umpires need to understand how to calculate the required time the player must be removed for, and know what further issues may arise and how to handle them. So we'll see how long the player has to be removed. The period of removal is 10 overs, or in matches where the innings is limited to a pre-agreed number of overs, 1/5 of the total overs of the innings was scheduled to contain when it began. So I'm not going into a calculation right now, but the idea is 10 overs, the player should not play if it is unlimited, if it's a test match. If it's a limited over, 1/5 of the over. Say if it's a 50-over match, there's a level 3 offense, then 5 overs, that fielder or that player should not be part of the match. So they'll play with 10 players for that 5 overs. You will not get any substitutes, and you will have to play with that without that player for that many number of overs. So if it's a bowling team that is doing this offense, no substitute is allowed for that player. If it's a batting team, they will you'll have to send out that player. They'll not come for that, but that number of overs they cannot bat, and they can come back if there is a batter out or batter retires. In addition, this will also carry 5 penalty runs, and any further 5 level 1 offense will get 5 penalty runs. And there is a signal for the level 3 offense. There is no yellow or red card. This is the signal for level 3 offense. You take your hand up and down like that. Then it's like pushing with both hands. It's like 10 overs you are outside, so you can remember it in that way. So you show like 10 fingers. So what to do if it's a level 4 offense? If the offending team is bowling, no substitute. So if it's a level 4 offense, you remove the player for the match. So for that, it's like giving red card in soccer. That's why they use this red card thing. But there is no card here. There is a signal that we will see for level 4 offense. So you remove the player from that innings. No substitute is allowed for the player who has been removed. In the event it is the wicketkeeper who has committed the offense, only a nominated player may replace him, even if another player is injured and required a substitute. So wicketkeeper, no substitute can act as wicketkeeper. Only the nominated player can act as wicketkeeper. If the player was bowling the current over, this over must be completed by another bowler. If it's a batter, unless the batter has already been dismissed, he or she will be recorded as retired out in this and any subsequent innings. In addition, the umpires will give 5 penalty runs, and any level 1 offense will also lead to 5 penalty runs. So this is the signal for level 4 breach. You up and down you go, then it's like giving out, but on the shoulder height. So that's the signal. So that comes to the end of all 42 laws. There are some other points and questions that might be there, but since we are over time, I'm stopping right here. If there is any other question, you feel free to ask. I thank you everyone for attending. I just want to, before your questions, I just want to remind that there is a Cricket Canada seminar on 23rd and 30th, and it will be from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. It's online. And also there is a Cricket Canada National Committee information session on 22nd, Saturday evening at 5 o'clock. That will also be online. You can ask all your umpiring related questions on that information session. And for the Cricket Canada seminar, you are required to come up with your questions. It will be an interactive session. Thank you so much. Yes, Harsh. You have a question, Harsh?
Please,
regarding the offense, that is the level 4 offense. Is there any fine that is put upon any player, or they are just being given out?
So you will remove the player from the game. That is what you do as umpire, and you report the incident. So when reporting, you always work together as umpire. Any reporting, you do it together, and you report it to the governing body. And the governing body, say, the committee or will depend on their conduct. It will be either fine or match ban, or it is up to them. We as umpires don't have a role in that.
Okay.
Yes, Pata.
So in case of level 3 offense, so we asked the batter, like if he's from the batting team, and we asked the batter to leave the field for 1/5 of the total number of overs in that innings. So
that's right.
So is the time if the time is calculated in there, and what if the team gets out before, like he's the last wicket, and that's the time is not
That's a good question. So time doesn't play a role here. Number of overs. So if if 9 wickets fall, the batter has to serve 5-over penalty, but only 4 overs penalty is over. For only 4 overs he was outside, but 9 wickets fell down. He cannot come back. The batsman will be marked retired, not out in this case, and the innings will be completed.
Okay, so the match will be awarded.
Not match will be aborted. The innings will be completed.
No, in case if they are chasing, and then
it's like they got all out.
All out. Okay.
Yeah.
And also if in case if there's any problem with another like if 8 wickets are fallen, and then if one of the player is unable to get onto the field at that moment, so it applies similarly, or
yes. So if similar 8 wickets are down, no other batters are available to come. Even the batter who's serving level 3 offense cannot come. So the innings will be completed.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. And one more point I wanted to. Sorry. Okay. Yeah, Hassan.
Yes, so all these details which you just mentioned on the 30th, 22nd, so we're gonna get this detail by email or something?
I'll forward it to the MCA group admins,
Yes.
so they'll forward it to you.
Okay,
It's
appreciate. Thank you.
Thank
Thank you.
Sorry. Yeah, they'll forward it.
Okay.
I'm just telling verbally so that it is in your mind. Please check out for these details. We'll forward this, and please do attend.
I think I mentioned before in the starting of these sessions, because before they give some booklets, for the long time before. Is that happen in future? Like,
I don't know. We are like any booklets. Maybe you have to ask your umpiring
Yeah,
partner. We are not providing.
Tony bhai,
Yes.
Tony bhai, this is responsibility of us. You're talking way back. Even the
Okay,
blue books used to be given out back in the days when
by the
Kantibhai
umpires.
Patel used to come from Cricket Canada. But we'll arrange that on the MCA front, not to worry.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yes, Rich.
I was just gonna say follow up with what Hassan was saying. Yes, they used to give the blue book, but the features of the blue book has changed, and it is required for persons to purchase or access their own blue book. A couple years ago, we did a gesture to get some blue book for umpires, but I think it's now more important because Cricket Canada is emphasizing players to do their own reading, that the book they can purchase themselves. It's not very expensive. I think the books are less than $10. The last time I checked, the book are less than
Purchase the book, or you can even download a PDF from.
Yeah, because you can download the blue book on a PDF on your phone. It's the same thing as the blue book.
Even you have an app for it, but whichever works for you. Any other questions?
Navneeth, just wanted to point out another thing. So, folks, I think I've already shared like the Tom Smith edition, the recent one, like a PDF copy with the MCA folks. So, people who are preparing for the exams are strongly encouraged to read Tom Smith because it gives more explanations and clarifications if they are going through certain laws. So it's always a good idea to prepare from Tom Smith the laws of the game plus ICC playing conditions, because the level 1 exams will have both the sections, like based on laws and questions based on playing conditions. So prepare well. I hope like all these sessions would have provided some insights and a little bit more clarity. But yes, we are umpires of a game where there are not just rules, there are laws in place. So we have tried our best to cover as many as we can, but we expect you guys to read yourself in preparation as well, plus the Tom Smith and all the other resources that we have provided. And I wish you all the best of luck for your exams that is upcoming on April 30th.
One last thing before I let you go, guys. The exam for level 1. How many questions going to be asked, and is it going to be a multiple choice or it's going to be a detailed elaboration?
So
yeah, Navneeth, go ahead.
Yeah, for exam purpose, like it is up to them. There is no fixed thing, but based on our experience or what we have seen, I think there are 50 questions on
No,
one
I think it's like
exam.
40 and 20, no? 40 MCC and 20 ICC.
Okay, so maybe he wrote it up to me. I remember it better. So that is the situation. Mostly it is multiple choice, and there are one-word questions, and there will be some short answer questions also. But generally,
Give.
Can everybody
We're almost
mute
finished anyways.
themselves
Less than 3 minutes. We're finished.
when Navneeth is speaking? Okay. That's
I
fine.
give me less.
You can
Just
mute
3 minutes
Rahul.
also left to give.
Okay. I tried the
Mr.
unmuted
Roach
video.
forgot
I think
to
I will forget that.
mute himself.
Yeah.
And I'll be
So
glad.
that is the thing. So level 1, it is going to be mostly. It's not just objective. There will be objective question. There will be true or false question. There will be fill-ups. There will be match the following, but it will not be. You don't have to elaborately explain things or descriptive type of questions will not be there. But level 2 and level 3 definitely it will be there. And we are planning to have a mock session. Unfortunately, I'll not be there, but Rahul will be there. And my big thanks to my other committee members, Roach and Deepak. So they'll help organize that thing. We will plan, we'll circulate the news, and hopefully we will be better prepared for the exam. And reach out to us any questions. So you can reach out to me, Rahul, or even Deepak and Roj. And if you have any questions, we can discuss. And even on that day, there are some calculations that is required for level 2 that will be explained. Say run rate calculation, lost hour calculations that can be explained on that day. And yeah, if there is any other questions, you can definitely reach out to us. And a big thank you to MCA. I see a lot of not just participation, there is active participation and answering. The makes we also enjoyed because of that. So
Yes.
thank you so much. Special thanks to MCA members, umpires.
All the
Special
pleasure's
thanks
all
to you,
ours, Navneeth. I'm sorry, Mr. Roach, to cut you off in between because we're over time, but I just wanted to take this time on behalf of entire MCA to thank all of you from the bottom of our hearts. Navneeth, Rahul, Mr. Roach, Deepak, you guys have been nothing but amazing. And we really, really appreciate everything that you've done and allowing us to be a part of this. And we've embarked on this journey. In the times to come, we'll take it to new heights. So thank you very, very much.
My pleasure.
Okay.
You guys are more than welcome.
Also, on behalf of Navneeth and Rahul, I would like to thank all of you guys for participating. But a special mention to Rahul and Navneeth for this preparation. You guys went out over and beyond to make sure it came through clearly to all the members who participated. And I would especially like to say thank you all for doing what you do. And let's hope we continue and have a very good 2025 season.
And gentlemen, one more thing, last bit. People who are writing level 1 exams, there would be questions where you would have to be mindful of your time as well. There are probably like 60 questions, as Deepak was mentioning, so you get like only a minute to answer that. So a minute involves reading the question, understanding what they're asking, and selecting the right answer. So be mindful of the time. Level 2, level 3, people have like a lot of time, but that lot of time is also not enough at times. So because I have never completed any level 2 or level 3 exams, so I always leave like some questions. So, but that's on me. But it's there's enough time to finish these exams. So just be mindful. And if you are having any questions in terms of preparation, we will have these mock sessions when Navneeth is not going to be there. But we'll also do some last hour calculations for level 2 and level 3 in sprints. And level 1 we'll just do like some net run rate and those kind of calculations, which will come in the exam. So I think you guys will be better prepared. Yeah. Oh yeah. So I think everybody should be prepared enough to write and clear these exams now. Hopefully. Yep. Mr. Roach, anything to add more? Deepak, you have anything to add? Deepak is another of our committee members who was who took like one of the sessions. So Deepak, anything to add?
Oh no, just thank you to everyone for participating.
Yep.
Yeah, just thank you all for participating, and thank you, Rahul and Navneeth, for your work. You have tremendous work you did.
No problem. Anything for umpires.
Okay, thank you all. Let's go have lunch.
Yep.
And,
enjoy your Sunday, everyone. Bye.
Yeah,
Thank you.
good.
Take care,
Thank you
everybody.
very much. Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you, guys.
Take care, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.